to the Full Circle.
All right. We are in conversation with Julia Makubela, who's a leadership development practitioner, and we're talking bullying in the workplace and how it affects the culture and performance of an organization. Someone messaged us to say, good afternoon. Working for someone with a big ego who views you as a threat is a recipe for disaster. I was ignored, sidelined, and eventually forced out of my job for giving constructive feedback in a very professional and tactful way. I left with my head held high, knowing that I never did anything wrong and never acted with malicious intent. I realized the situation was created by the other person's egos, insecurities, and fragility. And this is Kingsley out in Germiston. Let's go to some of your other voice notes around this topic.
Hi, this is Anonymous. I just also want to give comments on this workplace bullying. The workplace has become very toxic. The more you try and do the right things, the more you're targeted and you're bullied. And there is no way you can get support. HR, they can't support you. They take what the employer is saying, and you end up being alone, and you are sidelined and victimized to an extent that you sometimes lose your job. So it's something that really needs to be looked into. People are even admitted to hospitals, psychiatric hospitals, because they cannot take the pressure that they're experiencing at the workplace. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bridget, and all the listeners. The bullying, quite an interesting topic you're having here. There are companies that are really taking advantage of people out there. There's a company that I'm actually taking to CCMA out of this bullying, and just, it's also foreign owned. Now, these guys, they will be threatening people, telling them that now, even if you go to CCMA, we know people there. I don't know if there's a way such companies can be actually investigated, and also if maybe you can give me a call to have a discussion around that. I'm actually taking this company to CCMA. My case is going in next week. Yeah, but it's bad. I don't know if it's bullying. It's these companies that use you when they feel they don't need your services anymore. They just find a way to dump you in the worst possible way.
Hello, please ask your guest how we can change the dominant belief that leadership is bullying, is the wielding of authority by imposing fear instead of helping your underling to follow your example which you set and for which they love you.
A pertinent question, because I think it speaks to, some of the interventions, Julia, and some of the ways that perhaps one could still instill some kind of sense of authority, some kind of sense of discipline, and still move with leadership, but without being strong-handed and without sort of crossing that line into hostile territory.
Yeah. Specifically, if we're speaking about leaders in the world, actually not just in South Africa, people get promoted because they're good at their job. So I'm a good salesperson, I'm a good developer, I'm a good accountant, but not because they're good with people. And leadership is about people. It's about delivering results with people. And so one of the key things that an organization needs to do is to help leaders to know how to manage people, especially when they're under pressure. Because what most of us do when we're under pressure, we become a little bit aggressive. We ignore other people. We run away from the situation. So it's those stress response of fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. And what you'll find is that even when leaders are correcting behavior, like the earlier caller said, they do it in an aggressive manner. And so ideally is, if you really want to have a respectful environment that is a healthy environment for performance, you train your leaders, you have policies around harassment and bullying, and you have corrective measures. So if somebody escalates it, you really take it seriously. And then it mitigates these issues of, I'm not sure if I'm correcting people, I'm bullying people. So No, I think the key thing is if you're promoting somebody who's good in their job, make sure that you're also helping them to develop their EQ, how to be inclusive, how to manage their stress, etc.
It's such a pity that we've run out of time for this conversation because really it seems as though workplace bullying is very rife if we are to judge from the comms that we're getting on WhatsApp. But we'll park it there for this afternoon, and maybe it will be something that we revisit again somewhere down the line from a different perspective. Julia Makubela, thank you so much for your time. Leadership development practitioner. She works with leaders to create healthy workplaces and team cultures. A quick pause, and then we come back on the other side with stages, pages, screens, and more.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right. Another equally important conversation as we catch up with the folks from Artist Proof Studios, and they're turning 35 years old this year. And they're making a call to invest in South Africa's printmaking futures. It's stages, pages, screens, and more.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle.
Nati Simelani joins us now, Managing Director of Artist Proof Studios. How are you doing this afternoon, Nati?
I'm all right. How are you doing, Bridget?
I'm great. Thank you so much for making the time. We appreciate it. 35 years, quite the milestone. Not only one that is celebratory for y'all, but also using it as a moment to galvanize a much needed conversation around arts investment.
Yes, that's correct.
Talk to me about the last 35 years of Artist Proof.
Well, thank you so much again, Bridget, for making time for us. It's really, really incredible for us to get an opportunity to speak about an incredible organization, Artist Proof Studio. We've been around, like you said, for the past 35 years, and at the core of our operations is education, where we provide training and mentorship for any students wanting to pursue their arts outside of university, as well as focus on the production when it comes to printmaking. We have a team of master printers who collaborate and work with some of our top established alumni and professional artists. So they're able to collaborate with quite a number of different artists and give input when it comes to creating the incredible prints here at Artist Proof Studio. And then obviously there's the other aspect that focuses on the access of printmaking. So Artist Proof Studio, we're able to showcase a number of artworks through our partner exhibitions, as well as the number of art fairs that we have here in South Africa. So that gives us really an opportunity to really, really focus on the core of our operations, which is the education, providing sustainable education for a lot of our students who become established professional artists within the creative economy here in South Africa.
There's always a sense of humility when one speaks to the founders of Artist Proof Studios, but for a sense of context for our listeners that aren't in, the artistic realm, give us a brief story of how Artist Proof Studios came to be founded back in 1995 by Kim Berman and, of course, the late Nhlanhla Xaba.
Yes, and I think it's a very important one, as you say that, because they wanted to find a space where creativity can really, really flourish. So it's an opportunity where any of the artists or any youngsters feeling like they have an opportunity where they want to pursue their art, or they have a talent, unlock talent when it comes to art, by creating a space where collaboration is something that is so important. Ubuntu is something that is so important because APS is a collaborative space that allows youngsters to mix and work within the same space as established artists also. So that allows us to creatively always have an opportunity where a lot of our alumni or a lot of our graduates have an opportunity where they can touch base with an established artist to figure out what are some of the challenges, what are some of the nuances that they're going to be going into when they become established artists themselves, you know.
And you have quite the glossary of incredibly established artists, both domestically and internationally. And I think even in our conversations with Kim in past years, there's a reluctance by Artist Proof Studios to really use the moment to market the caliber of artists that come out of your doors. Because the one thing anyone knows who collects art and who pays attention to visual art, if it's likely come out of Artist Proof, it's likely going to be a success. And if you are capable to get it. You've had quite the alumni. You've had the likes of Nelson Makamo. You've had the likes of Mbambo Sibia. You've had the likes of Ndate Philemon Hlongwane. You've had the likes of William Kentridge. Most recently, you've had the likes of Cynthia. You really have quite the incredible roster of alumni who are charting an unprecedented path in South African printmaking.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, over the years, Artist Proof Studios graduated more than 400 artists, over 3 decades of existence. So for us, alumni are recognizable artists, master printmakers, educators, cultural leaders, and they reflect the impact for the alternative education models that we are prioritizing here at Artist Proof Studio. And you are correct, Artist Proof Studio is considered one of the most vital pipelines for emerging artists, specifically printmakers here in South Africa. And so for us, we are really, really fortunate that we are able then to have a huge exhibition and auction with one of our great partners, Strauss & Co., who are the leading auction houses here in South Africa. So for us, it is one of the things that we are absolutely really, really proud of. The auction features 174 artworks, and like you say, it's a nice mixture in terms of like established artists as well as some of our graduates also that we are putting forward as the top emerging artists as such. So for us, being able to have that opportunity where we have a great partner like Strauss & Co. Having this live auction for us online is really, really something important. The artworks, like I said, there's about 174 artworks mixed up with a range of established artists as well as some of the top emerging artists. The price range really range from between 1,000 Rand to 600,000 Rand. So it caters for anybody that is an established collector as well as anybody that is new to the arts. New to printmaking, because that's the whole point of us being an accessible space. We try and educate the audience as much as possible about what it is that we do as printmaking and who the artists that we are able to feature within the exhibitions themselves. So the likes of Mongezi Mapai, Bambo Sibia, as you have mentioned, Lebohang Motaung, who is incredibly talented with her works that feature black women here. David Mazarane, David Tsoka, the late David Tsoka, Nati Nganza. There's a whole number of artists, and we're really, really proud of showcasing all of them.
And this partnership with Strauss & Co. is really a timed online sale to support your education program. Talk to us quickly about how students go on to access that bursary opportunity.
Well, the bursary opportunity is available for any students that are currently studying at Artist Proof Studio. So in a year, we can take on about between 60 to 100 students where we fully subsidize their fees. So when it comes to that, we really usually depended quite a lot more on funding that we would get for the arts. But over the time, as the funding has kind of like dried out for the arts, as it shifts focus maybe to like the science or the maths, we really needed to just change how our model is here at Artist Proof Studio. So there was a point where we needed to put a bit of emphasis into the sales, because now the sales is what we were able to then utilize to go back to funding the education program as well as the operations here at the studio. So for us, it's really, really something that's really, really important to try and get as much audience to be involved within the arts, because without any of the audiences to consume some of the arts and to relate to the artists themselves have no purpose. So for us, it's really, really something that's very, very special, where we can have some of the sales that we generate go back into supporting the bursary program. So all of our students, basically from second year, can apply for the bursary program. And like we say, it's a fully subsidized program where we are able then to utilize the income from our sales, the sales of our prints, as well as a number of our different corporate partners also, including the likes of APSA and R&D, who've also for a long time supported our education program. That also includes individuals. So as an individual, outside of purchasing artworks, you can go directly onto our website and be able to donate towards the bursary program itself.
Wonderful stuff. Nati, I mean, you are doing incredible work at Artist Proof Studio, and printmaking is still one of those unique, often undervalued positions within the contemporary art market, but it makes for a good way, especially as a new collector, for you to get greater accessibility for new collectors, get familiar with some established artists, some up-and-coming artists to watch, and acquire their work slowly but surely at slightly more reasonable prices than what it would cost you on canvas. And in this case, it goes towards a good cause, because it also helps facilitate those student bursaries and scholarships, and gives students also studio access and materials. That's right. Keeps the doors of Artist Proof Studios open for another 35 years. Well, listen, hopefully everything goes in accordance to a plan, and you get a sold out exhibition that runs until the 17th of April, in partnership, of course, with Strauss & Co. And you can go see what that catalog has in store for you online if you visit the auctioneer's website. That was Nati Simelani, Managing Director of Artist Proof Studios. We're going to take a quick pause, and then we come back on the other side, and we look at artificial intelligence and how it could perhaps change traffic cameras and how motorists are fined. I'm not all the way convinced by this idea, but we'll talk about it with Barry after this.
63-year-old Almero knows all about saving with Outsurance.
We do save 417 Rand. That's about 5,000 Rand a year.
That's an awesome saving on Almero's 2021 Ford Ranger.
And there's a out bonus that you get if you don't claim for 3 years. I am really looking forward to it.
How much money could Outsurance save you? Get a quote now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Get a free optical frame when you get tested at Specsavers this April. Purchase a comprehensive eye examination and get your optical frame free up to the value of 1,000 Rand. Choose your free frame from our wide range of trendy, affordable styles. Get tested today at your nearest Specsavers or book online. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are catching up with Barry Berman now, CEO of Fines SA, and we're looking at artificial intelligence and what that could mean for you and I as motorists. South Africa is said to be entering a new phase of traffic enforcement as the city of Cape Town seeks legal approval to introduce artificial intelligence cameras that are capable of detecting seatbelt and cell phone violations. Barry, how are you doing? Are you good, Barry?
Yeah, we're great. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
so
for having
much
us.
for the time. Okay, let's get to the crux of it. How does it work? Tell us about this artificial intelligence technology.
Okay, well, the AI cameras, the great thing about them is they won't be missing any more infringements on the road because they're going to be suspended from the bridges, and they are going to catch motorists who are talking on their phones predominantly, as well as not wearing seatbelts. So, the days of getting away with those infringements are numbered, but also the good side of it is that it's going to help with the road fatalities because it's just a smarter way to manage our roads.
Okay. So it's not necessarily how it was sold to me, and maybe maybe my team misunderstood. How it was sold to me is that it would be technology that would be embedded in my car. So that's not it at all. It's on a bridge.
Correct. So at the moment, most of the motorists are familiar with the speed cameras on the side of the road. Now we're going to have new cameras that are going to be suspended mostly from bridges that are going to be catching you for speeding as well, but reckless driving, running red lights, illegal turns, seatbelts, as I mentioned, all those difficult to actually fine you offences. So it's going to be more offences coming your way, unfortunately, for some.
The truth of the matter is, as a driver in this Joburg and these treacherous Joburg roads, I've seen so many people, and I've often wondered to say, whatever happened to us enforcing the use of cellular telephones while operating a vehicle? Because I see 7 out of 10 drivers are on their phones now, which is perplexing considering how car communication technology has advanced. There's just no need.
Yes, I mean, this is a major contributor towards the death toll on our roads. And even if you're not physically holding the device, if you're speaking through your car system, you're still not really 100% focused on the road. So it is going to be, those motorists are going to be brought to book. And we're very excited about it because, we want safer roads.
Wait now, Barry, let me get a point of clarity so I don't come to Cape Town all anxious in my rental car. So once you mount them up on the bridges, the infringement will be for physically using my phone like handheld, right? Not because I'm speaking in my car.
Yes, correct. So obviously the camera works on image recognition technology, which is part of the AI that's embedded into the camera. And the majority of these new offenses that it's going to be checking is going to be for reckless driving, running red lights, holding the phone, as well as not wearing your seatbelt. Whereas in the past, we were reliant on physical officers to do that job. Now, 24/7, there will be the AI cameras doing that job. A lot more efficient.
Has this been piloted elsewhere prior to Cape Town? And has it shown an improvement in driver behaviors?
Yes, I mean, this has been best practice globally now for many, many years. And so, we're quite late, and it's going to be rolled out on a national basis. So Cape Town, I think, will be first, but then very shortly after, it will be rolled out, to every big municipality. And yes, I mean, the numbers are astronomical. The amount of additional fines that are going to be issued are going to surprise people. But it's also, on the flip side, it's there to protect people so that they know that, Big Brother is watching. So let's all slow down and be safe on the roads.
Yeah. I mean, I know, Barry, that first and foremost is the safety of drivers as well as pedestrians and all road users. But there's an undertone there where you sound very excited about, reeling in the extra cash from the fines.
I mean, I think, at Fines SA, I mean, our job is to alert people of what traffic fines they have outstanding, because, there's a big disconnect because people aren't receiving the fines. So at least with technology now and the Fines SA app, you can see what fines you have. And then once you're aware, then you can decide whether you're going to pay the fine or not. So, and there's also a combination of forces here, because not only are the AI cameras going to be rolled out, but also just the smarter technology that we're seeing across the board with traffic fines means that these fines are now present on a national system. It's easy to log in, to sign up on Fines SA, and then at least you know what you want to do. It's there for you to make the choice.
So the city of Cape Town has gotten all the necessary legal approval now and ready to roll out?
They're in the final steps, I believe. And once it is signed off, then we should sit on the roads in the next few weeks.
Is there any objection from any sort of side of society, perhaps that's asking here, what about Poppy? What about you being, virtually in my car with these AI cameras and spying on me, and I don't give you permission to be in my space like that?
Not that I am aware, because, bear in mind, traffic cameras have been used in South Africa for many, many years. So it's the same legislation that's just going to be slightly adapted.
Okay.
And every site has to be approved. So there is, a legal process that does happen. But at the end of the day, it's going to be good for the motorists and good for the pedestrians, and good for, safe driving. So, so we're excited to make this happen.
Well, listen, hopefully it takes its time to come to Joburg. Give us a little bit of time to get used to the concept and the idea. Barry Berman, thank you so much for the time. CEO of Fines SA, that artificial intelligence technology rolling out in Cape Town very soon. And then, as you heard from Barry, coming to a city near you. I mean, it's going to be good for the greater good of all of us as drivers. We've spoken on this show about just how we are lacking by way of good driver behavior and good habits, and we often take a bad attitude whenever we get on the roads with us. So perhaps this will make us shift our perspective a little bit and go back to just trying to behave, put our phones away, put our seatbelts on, stop at the stop signs. We had a conversation, not December 2025, but December 2024, where we were talking to one of the big insurers, short-term insurers, and they were saying that 8 out of 10 of the claims that they get, and they cover household and vehicles, of course, 8 out of 10 of the claims that they get are motorists running stop signs, not stopping, not even yielding at stop signs, and causing accidents, in those intersections. And 8 out of 10 times when those cases are investigated, the motorist is in the wrong, and the claims are not paid out. And I see that. I'm sure you see that as well when you're driving all the time. So perhaps we can even put these AI cameras at some big intersections and some busy cross sections that they can monitor that as well. Let's not just have them on the highways, on the main arteries. Let's put them also inside the suburbs so they can keep a close eye on us. It's a few seconds to go till 2 o'clock. Jolani standing by with the news.
Top stories. A Sabah Northwest businessman, Suleiman Karim, has been hospitalized, and Pope Leo responds to Donald Trump's direct attack. Good afternoon. A fleet of cars belonging to Suleiman Karim's security company Fusion Tactical have been seen entering Mill Park Hospital in Johannesburg, where the Northwest businessman has been admitted. Karim allegedly suffered a heart attack at a gym in Sandton this morning. He's set to appear before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry on Thursday for the continuation of his testimony. Lopang Alamu reports from outside the hospital.
What we know thus far is that he was at a Gold's Gym in Sandton when he suffered a heart attack, apparently. Now, as things stand, that's the only confirmation we have as to what transpired this morning. That confirmation from the family is all we needed, and we do understand that he has been admitted, and I think not too long from now we'll be getting a word from the family representative to give us a comprehensive statement as to what exactly transpired.
The 9 police officers arrested over the weekend by the Independent Police Investigative Directorate have been released on 3,000 Rand bail each. The group has appeared in the Bultfontein Magistrates Court in the Free State. They are facing 4 counts of murder in relation to the killing of 3 civilians and a police officer in 2024. The case has been postponed to the 26th of May to allow the prosecution to iron out any pending matters with the Directorate for Public Prosecutions. The murder trial of former Member of Parliament Spusiso Khula has commenced at the Northwest High Court sitting in Klerksdorp. Khula was arrested in January 2023 and charged with the murder of his wife, Jennifer Mohlomi, who was stabbed in the back in her marital home in November 2022 in what seemed like a robbery. While Khula told police that he was not present at his home when the incident occurred, police investigations later linked the murder to him. The state is expected to make its closing argument on Thursday. The City of Johannesburg's Emergency Management Services says no major flood-related incidents have been reported so far across the city. This comes as Johannesburg continues to experience widespread thunder showers and persistent rainfall, with more rain expected tomorrow, raising concerns over flooding in low-lying areas. Johannesburg Emergency Management Services spokesperson Robert Malaudzi says disaster management and swift water rescue teams remain on high alert to respond to any emergencies.
We continue to plead with our motorists to continue to exercise caution while driving, extend the safe following distance, avoid crossing flooded roads and low-lying bridges. Our residents in our low-lying areas, especially in our informal settlements like the one behind me here, we're pleading with our residents to avoid crossing river streams while they're conducting their daily activities, monitor young kids to stay away from river streams.
Community members in Marion Hill in the west of Durban have staged a walkout during a SAPS public engagement session at Dawson Hook Hall after tensions flared up. The meeting, led by a delegation from the SAPS National Head Office, forms part of a series of engagements scheduled across KwaZulu-Natal this week. The initiative aims to address concerns and improve service delivery at police stations throughout the province. However, frustrations boiled over as residents demanded clear answers over a long-standing promise to rebuild and upgrade the Marion Hill police station. Community members say they've been calling for a new facility for more than 20 years. Local leaders including Tembelani Shezi and Pearl Lutuli Mkize.
We feel disrespected. We are being used here. This is just a ticks in a box exercise. We should not be any fools. We are very much aware that you are here because you are under pressure because of that court order. If that was not the case, you would have had these meetings. We are tired as a community. We want the Marion Hill police station to be upgraded and increase capacity.
The problem that we have is before you present whatever you are presenting, can you please present to us feedback on what you have promised?
And finally, Pope Leo XIV has pledged to continue speaking out against war, brushing aside a direct attack from U.S. President Donald Trump. Speaking aboard the papal flight to Algiers at the start of a 10-day four-nation African tour, the pontiff warned that the Christian message is being abused and declined to be drawn into a personal confrontation. His remarks come after Trump said he was not a big fan of the Pope, accusing him of being weak on nuclear weapons. Leo, who is the first-born Pope in the U.S., insists he will continue to raise his voice against war while promoting peace, dialogue and multilateral cooperation in pursuit of just solutions. Recapping the top story this hour, a fleet of cars belonging to Suleiman Karim's security company, Fusion Tactical, have been seen entering Millpark Hospital in Johannesburg, where the Northwest businessman has been admitted. Karim allegedly suffered a heart attack at a gym in Sandton this morning. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Ngwepe.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Bafana on X.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
It is Simpiwe Dana coming through with Bantu Biko Street, and this one taken from the One Love movement on Bantu Biko Street. If memory serves correct, I think this album came out around about 2006 via Gallo Records, which celebrated, by the way, 100 years of Gallo, celebrating 100 years of Gallo this year. Now, that's a story that we should visit indeed. It's gone 10 past 2 o'clock. On the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, and we're going to be in conversation now with Coveney Moodley, who's a risk executive and human rights advocate. And we're looking at the underreported issue that's said to be an emerging issue of focus and crises across South Africa's corporate landscape, and that's GBV in the workplace. It's increasingly taking place in digital spaces specifically, and I think this ties into our earlier conversation also around workplace bullying and extension, into violence in the workplace. How are you doing this afternoon, Coveney? Looking fabulous, by the way.
Thank you so much. I'm good. Everything's good.
Thank you for coming down. Much, much appreciated. I mean, GBV in the country is a heightened issue. It's a heightened issue that shouldn't be polarizing, but for some reason it is. I think we should all be on, speaking with a singular voice when it comes to GBV, but we seem to miss each other in this conversation. Now you add the element of corporate GBV. Talk to us about that.
Yes. I think it's no doubt that even the president has declared GBV a crisis in South Africa. My specific focus has been on GBV in corporate, which is really around, not the physical attributes as such that usually you think of GBV with, something you can see. This is really another facet of GBV that I think is largely unexplored and something that needs to be brought out and get the due attention. It is basically where a person in a corporate organization starts to misuse their power and starts to bully, harass, intimidate, coerce, even sexual harassment falls under the ambit of corporate GBV. So it is something that I think isn't spoken about a lot. It's stuff that is swept under the carpet. And certainly from my lived experiences and my advocacy journey, it's something that I really want to start speaking about and hear the thoughts that are coming through from women on this topic.
How do we begin to differentiate corporate GBV from, like I was saying earlier on, we were having a conversation with the leadership development practitioner, Julia, and we're talking about bullying in the workplace. Right. What characteristics does it have that sort of distinguishes it or heightens it from what we laid the foundation for as being bullying?
So corporate GBV is something that happens within an organization, and it encompasses your harassment, your sexual harassment, the intimidation, the threats. So it's actually a legal name, if I could put it that way, where it is instituted by someone in your workplace. It could often be someone that you report into, because that's a balance, the balance of power that we always talk about. It could also be someone that is on your level and decides to display certain behaviors. And I think what's very important is that there's a code of good practice in South Africa that specifically focuses on what employers specifically need to be doing around finding this behavior, identifying it, rooting it out, and setting an example, which I think often doesn't happen.
And we want to definitely explore that element of it, because it speaks to the responsibility and, as you say, the accountability. But you also, at the beginning of our conversation, allude that this is something that you have a lived experience in. If you don't mind sharing with us and with our listener, what was that experience for you?
Sure. So I've spent 18 years in corporate. I've worked for some of the best companies, and also the opposite is true. So I think for me, my experience with corporate GBV, and that's why it's something that's so close to my heart, is that often you don't identify it immediately. It is a sustained pattern of behaviors that is perpetrated against you. I'll give you a good example. For example, you speak up about a particular issue. Often it's ethical, or it's linked to governance, or it's linked to compliance, and your employer does not take that or does not receive that well. And as a result, you find yourself being excluded from certain meetings, you find yourself being sidelined, you find yourself being pushed over for promotion. And it often links to the fact that you stood up for yourself, or you stood up for something that people often don't want to. And that was my journey. It was standing up for something that I believed was unethical. And then thereafter having a target on my back, really, in terms of the retaliative behaviors that prevailed thereafter, and eventually forcing me out of this particular organization. And yeah, I think after I left, I had done research with a lot of my friends, my family, people in other corporates, and the individuals that I mentor. And this seems to be something that is silently happening. It is a silent pandemic that is happening within closed doors, behind pretty buildings, or within pretty buildings. And it's something that isn't often spoken about.
Is it something that also has a prevalence perhaps in gender dynamics?
Absolutely, absolutely. So from my experience, I can only speak about it from a GBV perspective, because it was, what can I say, executed by a male leader that was deeply insecure about himself. And then me coming in with the skills, the competency, the tenure, it just wasn't well received. Every time I would speak up about something or try and bring my value or my knowledge through, he just saw it as a threat. And that's kind of how it started to stem. Silently, through emails, then through exclusion on certain emails, then through meetings that would happen on the sidelines. So, it really is a pattern of behavior, often repetitive, until a point that your environment then becomes intolerable.
And I think that's the underlying thing, right? Whether we're talking professional workplace bullying, or whether we're talking the case of corporate GBV as we're learning now, it's that repetitive pattern of behavior where at times, in your case even, it escalates to other sort of actions. It really starts bordering on the intimidation and on the harassment. And and earlier on, Julie was saying that there's an element of gaslighting as well in these behaviors, because you're made to believe that it's your perception outside of a reality.
That is so true. I think gaslighting is a big part of the perpetrators' play in this entire thing. Because after a meeting happens, you will then get told, that's not what I intended. It was a joke, or you're too sensitive. Often women are categorized in leadership as being too sensitive, where you refuse to laugh at jokes that may be inappropriate, or you take something like this to heart, which you should.
Yeah.
You should take it to heart if someone is making, sexual inferences or behaving in a particular manner that is not aligned with South African labor law.
Absolutely. It's at 2:20, a quick pause, and then we come back on the other side. Our lines are open on 061-410-4107. If you want to send us a WhatsApp voice note, you're more than welcome to do so. It's the next level of the previous conversation as we look at the intensity of some of these behaviors in the workplace, and we're looking at it under the banner of corporate GBV. So if you want to share your perspective, to do so. If you have a point that you want to add, or perhaps a question that you want to ask, you're also welcome to. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, it is the Full Circle with myself and Kovani Moodley, who joins us, risk executive and human rights advocate. And we're having a conversation around corporate GBV, something that she experienced herself in her professional space. And there's an urgency to have such conversations and to chart a way forward. And you say that, Kovani, you say that in digital platforms, this has become something that's a little bit more prevalent as well. And digital, I can imagine in a digitally connected world also, it becomes easier to sort of have these little nasty tactics and almost have an ingrained excuse to say, oh no, but I didn't harass her. I didn't even see her today. Like I wasn't even in her physical space today.
Yeah. I think the digital world that we live in today has introduced a lot more risk. So from a governance perspective, sending emails, for example, there could be undertones in an email. There could be things that you've got to read between lines to actually understand what the person is saying. And I think sometimes that can make it very difficult from an interpretation perspective, especially if you get to a state where, your case is now under legal review, for example. So my advice to everyone who is watching this and listening to this is to make sure that if you're starting to feel uncomfortable about a particular situation within the workplace, is to start to record everything, start to record those conversations, even if you've got to utilize your phone for your own purposes, so that after a particular incident occurs, no one can turn around and tell you, but that's not what happened, or that's not the way it was intended to happen. I think that in today's world with digital, it has its pros and its cons, but the fact that we can utilize our phones, previously we didn't have access to such technology, to actually record, to transcribe if needed, and to just maintain that evidence. Because I think for me as a risk specialist, the sooner you pick up on certain trends and patterns, don't ignore it. Don't believe that it's going to fix itself, it's going to sort itself out. In my experience, that has not happened. And in a lot of people, other people that I've connected with in the forums that I'm part of, that usually doesn't happen. When there's an unpleasant incident as such, you often see that the situation gets worse and worse until you eventually feel despondent. Added to that mix, sometimes you have workplace mobbing. So that means it's not just one person. They recruit a team of people and say, right, this person is now a risk in our mind, and we need to find a way of getting them out. And that can be very intimidating. So I think it's very important that you support yourself, understand the legal principles that encompass your employment contract, and also consult, guys. Consult with a mentor, trainer, for example, someone who's used to this, a leadership executive coach, and of course a labor lawyer. I think these are people that you need to have in your toolkit so that you're able to maneuver the process.
As we have this conversation, and I want to ask you, how do corporates and leaders navigate these conversations in these spaces? But perhaps before that, there's a question for you on WhatsApp. So let's just quickly go to WhatsApp. Mark, if you can just switch off those mics for me, please.
Hi, Safm. This is John from Pretoria. We had to undertake ergonomics risk assessments in a warehouse environment. And part of that entails working out the BMI, body mass index of staff, to determine how much they can lift up and how high they can lift the goods. And the entire program was stopped because one lady refused and made such a stink about us wanting to know her weight that they actually stopped the entire program, which could have helped at least 1,000 people. So, some of the staff and the employees have just taken this a little bit too far.
So what was the question? That their comment on the weight, or them wanting to know the weight? Is that corporate GBV? I'm not going to answer. I mean, I heard the story, but in your perception?
Just from what I've heard, it doesn't feel like it's corporate GBV because everyone is subject to the same process. And it seems from what the viewer has said is that they needed to actually do that as a part of your work. So they need to check how high you're able to lift goods, and that will almost be treated, in my view, as part of your employment. So that isn't something that I would classify as corporate GBV. For me, it's more focused on where that interaction happens one-on-one. It often never happens in a crowd.
Yeah.
It happens one-on-one, and thereafter there are further behaviors that are portrayed or that are part of a strategic plan to work you out of a particular workplace.
What do you do when you're facing these kinds of intimidation actions?
Yes.
And you've brought it up because we've had scenarios. We know people who've gone through situations and then they've brought it up to corporate HR, and HR has swept it under the carpet for all intents and purposes. And those people still have to interact and engage and still have to work intimately together. You know, not everyone has the luxury of saying, I'm going to quit my job and go.
Absolutely. I think we all understand the economy.
Yeah.
And jobs are hard to find. So for me, and this is just based on my own experience, I think we just need to be wary of the fact that HR works for the company. HR's role is to protect the company from risk. So in a lot of cases, you would notice or you would observe that HR often is quite defensive around when you raise a complaint. You know, I don't know that person like that. Are you sure it's not a personal thing? Do you know the person from outside of work? So, you know, there's always this element of saying, let's be defensive because we are managing risk, especially when it comes to senior leaders. No brand wants to admit to you, even though they may have a whole file of things that have happened in the past. No one wants to sit and admit to you that, you know, this person has perpetrated these behaviors before. Because often, you know, what you do once is what you do many times. It isn't the first time. So I think for me, it's very important that when you do raise your issue with HR, that everything is documented. Then please go find yourself a labor lawyer because they are on your side.
Yeah.
Your unions, your labor lawyers, they are on your side.
That is such sage advice, and we fast run out of time, but in under a minute, Boss Babes,
your organic platform in South Africa. We have a presence of over 100,000 followers on LinkedIn, Instagram, and TikTok, and we've really been using it to focus on various campaigns. And of course, with International Women's Day just passing us and GBV being a crisis in South Africa, we've decided to focus a lot, just prior to Workers' Day as well, on the dignity that needs to be embedded within corporate culture. Because at the end of the day, it does not matter where you work. You're a human being. There are certain laws and regulations that apply in this country, in South Africa. And it is important that employers take heed of this and don't misuse their power and misuse management and leadership.
It's been such a pleasure, and I think you've given some sage advice for anybody that is listening. And I like the honesty also around HR departments. And no doubt some HR managers are going to call us after
That is
this.
just my lived experience. Like I said, I've worked for some really great companies where that doesn't happen.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Kovani Moodley, Risk Executive and Human Rights Advocate. It's gone 2:30. Jolani standing by patiently with the headline news, and that will lead us into Kids Corner.
Thanks, Bridget. Making headlines. The National Prosecuting Authority has confirmed it will prosecute individuals implicated in the Life Esidimeni tragedy. The decision follows years of investigation and an inquest into the deaths of at least 141 psychiatric patients in 2015 and 2016. Former employees of Lily and Barbrook mines in Barberton and in Mpumalanga are set to receive their outstanding salaries after an investor deposited more than 165 million rand into the Business Rescue Practitioners Trust account. And finally, oil prices have surged by over 7% to reach $103 per barrel after US President Donald Trump announced a US blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. I will have details on these and other stories at 3 o'clock.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Monday. It's a brand new week and welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner. Let's check in and talk about how school has been going so far this term. How has school been since you went back for the second term? What was the most exciting thing about going back to school? Are you finding your new work easy or a bit challenging so far? How are you getting along with your teachers and classmates this term? What is one goal you would like to set for yourself this term? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hey friends, my name is Lesedi and I go to Rush with Animalan. How's the second term since we went back last week, huh? Second term is normal for me. So far, it's just a normal term. What's exciting about this term is that we get to have more sports events and more fun days. How am I finding my work so far? For me, it's a bit challenging, especially EMS. The new unit is so hard. How am I getting along with my classmates and educators, huh? So far it's good. We get along really well. Even though I don't get along with some people, it's good. One goal I have for this term is that I'm going to focus on my schoolwork and not care or mind what other people say or think about me. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Zalanda Mzoe. I am 12 years old. School has been so exciting. The most exciting thing about going back to school is learning new things and seeing your loved ones, especially your friend. Yes, I do find some new work a bit challenging because I am learning new things that I've never heard about before. How am I getting along with my teachers and classmates this term? I told myself that I am gonna study hard, pass, and go to grade 8 with good marks. One goal I have for this term is to study hard and have higher marks so that I can go to a good and perfect school. Thank you, everyone.
Today I'll be talking about going back to school. I feel very, very pleased by going back to school because it keeps me more busy and it refreshes our minds. Going back to school is one of the best things, and I find it easy to go back to school and re-memorize my school schedule so that I don't forget what is my future long-term goal. I feel interested enough, and I also really want more days to rest, but there's nothing I can do if I want to achieve my goal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Monet Angel Langabera. Yes, school's opened last week, and since I came back from school, I think it has been good. And my schoolwork load so far is like normal because I get 3 homeworks per day or 1 or 2 homeworks, so it's normal. My plans for this term is that I do all my projects, get an extra mural to do just to keep me busy, and to participate in many more stuff at school. What I think can be useful for children in order for them to pass this term and enjoy school better is that the more you listen to the teachers, the more you start to enjoy school and do your work. Find something fun to do, but also including schoolwork. Get some help from the teachers, give you extra lessons. Then you can realize that, yeah, you can have so much fun at school. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Good afternoon. My name and surname is Pilgrim Pembe. It has been fun going back to school. Our workload has been manageable so far. My plans for this term is to work really hard and be on the top 10. I am in grade 3. It would benefit the children to work hard and complete all their homework. It can be nice also to do homework with our parents, and to practice reading makes learning fun and easy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dimber Mad. No, I've not yet written down a plan on how I'm going to handle the second term. Yes, I do believe that children have rules at the beginning of each term, so they pass at the end of each term, like to study hard, stay away from phones, and finish schoolwork. And just like that, you will have 80s, 90s, and 100s, plus flying colors.
Going back to school after the holidays, I feel a mix of emotions. I'm excited to see my friends and to learn new things, but I'm also a bit nervous to get back into the routine. It's taking some time to adjust, but I am getting there. I'm glad to have had a break, but I'm also ready to learn and have some fun. I'm most excited about seeing my friends and learning new things. I think it's important to get back into the school schedule so that we don't fall behind and that we can keep up with our work. Thank you for listening. Bye for now. See you next time.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Going back to school for the second term is an important step in your learning journey. Now that you've settled in after returning to school for the second term, it's a good time to reflect on how things are going and how you can make this term successful. The second term often moves a bit faster, with more work, new topics, and higher expectations. So building good habits early is very important. One of the most exciting parts about going back to school is reconnecting with friends, meeting your teachers again, and getting into a structured routine. After the holidays, being back in a learning environment can feel refreshing. Sharing stories, laughing with classmates, and participating in lessons helps you feel motivated and ready to learn. When it comes to your schoolwork, it's completely normal to find some subjects easy and others a bit challenging. The key is not to be discouraged by difficult work. Challenging subjects help your brain grow stronger. You can improve by listening carefully in class, asking questions, revising your work at home, and practicing regularly. Remember that understanding takes time, and every effort you make counts. Your relationship with your teachers and classmates also plays a big role in your success. Respecting your teachers, following instructions, and participating in class helps you learn better. At the same time, being kind, supportive, and cooperative with classmates helps create a positive and safe learning environment where everyone can do well. It's also important to think about your attitude and discipline this term. Coming to school on time, completing homework, staying organized, and paying attention in class are simple habits that can make a difference in your performance. Managing your time well, balancing schoolwork, rest, and play will help you stay focused and less stressed. Setting a clear goal for yourself this term is very powerful. Instead of saying, I want to do better, you can say something like, I want to improve my math marks, I will read every day, or I will finish my homework on time. Clear goals help you stay focused and give you something to work towards every day. If things feel difficult at any point, remember that you're not alone. You can always ask your teacher, a friend, or a parent for help. Asking for help is a smart and responsible thing to do, and it shows that you care about your learning. The second term is a chance to grow academically, build confidence, and develop strong habits that will help you for the rest of the year. With effort, a positive mind, and the willingness to learn, you can make this term successful and something to be proud of. Keep trying, stay focused, and believe in yourself. You are capable of achieving great things. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation. SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, we have the last few moments of the show, and we were trying to get a hold of our next guest. We wanted to have this conversation, but we seem to be struggling a little bit for the moment. So we wanted to double back perhaps to some of your thoughts, and we can talk around the theme for the day. We were focusing quite a bit on professional or bullying in the professional space, whether it's bullying in the workplace, whether it's corporate GBV, as our last guest, Coveney Moodley, outlined for us. But that sense of being intimidated and feeling harassed, repeatedly so in the workplace. And maybe you've had an experience and you want to share what that experience was and how you dealt with it. You are more than welcome to give us you're more than welcome to send us a voice note, 061-410-4107. We got our guest on the line. Dr. Edmaya Tonje joins us now, postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Johannesburg. And we're going to have a conversation around the Southern African study on Pentecostal churches and the prosperity gospel. It's a growing brand of new Pentecostal churches within Southern Africa. And we want to know more about this. It's known to emphasize the prosperity gospel, deliverance, miracles, and healing. Dr. Maya, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. Can't complain at all. Let's reflect a little bit, perhaps, on some of your research that speaks to the growing brand of new Pentecostal churches in Southern Africa. Talk to us about the work that you've done by way of your research, and then we can hone in to different themes.
Okay, so as part of my graduate research, I studied a church which was founded in Zimbabwe but has grown to have presence across multiple sites. So it's present in South Africa, it's present in Swaziland, it's present in the United Kingdom, many parts of the world, really. Australia, Italy.
All right.
Where it has its most profound presence. So what I did was I sought to explore how this brand of Pentecostalism mediates everyday life for believers. So you notice that some sections of the media focus on sensational stories, but you know what exactly is going on a daily basis. That's what I sought to explore, and I sought to understand it through affective and emotional lens. So how are people emotionally connected? How do they respond to some of the demands for money, demands for presence, demands for continuous attention, and that sort of stuff? That's pretty much what I looked at in a nutshell.
Yeah, and I mean, what was the revelations there for you when you honed in on the day-to-day practices of these somewhat perceived larger-than-life churches?
Yes. So one of the interesting takeaways for me was, say the idea of miracles, the bizarre, the spectacular, does not feature prominently. It could be a case that it doesn't feature prominently in the church that I looked at. It doesn't feature prominently in the group of South Africans that I looked at that was in Johannesburg and Pretoria. But that certainly struck me. What was prominent, say, instead of the miracles and the spectacular, what was prominent was the emphasis on what I call affective relations. So issues to do with love, issues to do with care, issues to do with how people connect, how they relate on an emotional level. That's what stood out for me.
It's interesting that you say the idea of miracles didn't feature quite prominently in the churches that you looked in, and particularly those churches in Johannesburg and Pretoria. Would you say this was a sweeping sweeping observation maybe at the church holistically, or it was somehow maybe those two churches held a different kind of environment based on a variety of other elements?
Well, I'll say this is what transpires within the church. So it's a sweeping take on the church. Now, I'm not saying that there were no miracles or there was no mention of miracles at all, but the emphasis placed on miracles was rather peripheral. When people spoke of miracles, I don't know how you'd process this right now. As we're talking of miracles, maybe one might be thinking of raising someone from the dead or transforming someone's life profoundly. They move from, say, an HIV positive status to negative. They weren't thinking in those terms. If miracles at all came up, it was very minor things. God made a transition in my life. I got a job. That's it. So to speak of miracles in a very profound way, in a spectacular manner, was something that did not feature across the board within the church.
It would be interesting to know, perhaps, I don't know, in your conversations with congregants and church goers, to how they understood the general perception out there about these churches of great miracles and healings, because the sweeping generalization is that they are the churches of grand miracles. You know, to use your example of we raise from the dead, we cure disease on the spot, we make people walk. You know, what was what were the congregants' perception around that kind of market positioning of these new brands of Pentecostal churches?
Well, I would say that they are certainly aware of that identity, so to speak. But at the same time, they do not necessarily claim that there are these profound miracles that are going to happen. Yes, God is going to intervene. I mean, one of the key features of Pentecostalism is that the Holy Spirit is quite active and present in the lives of believers, right? So there's that anticipation that something can happen. But the church members that I interacted with did not seem to identify this as something that was to be expected in a profound sense. I mean, change is going to happen in one's daily life, and that change is going to be attributed to God. But it's not change in a profound sense as in getting cured of cancer. These are people who, incidentally, part of my field work spanned across the COVID period. So people weren't expecting that, oh no, I won't get COVID. The message was, COVID is there, COVID is real. Take precautionary measures, follow what the Department of Health guidelines say. You know, they were quite aware of that, even as they recognized that, well, the Holy Spirit can also intervene. But they were quite practical in how they approached everyday life.
One of your areas of interest was, as you mentioned, understanding how members navigated everyday Pentecostalism. Let's talk a bit about, and you did this, I read, by the use of a social science idea of effect and emotion. Perhaps unpack that for us.
Okay, so in looking at everyday Pentecostalism, I was not particularly interested strictly in what happens during church service, but how do people go about their day-to-day lives as they go to work, as they socialize, and so forth. And you notice that within many Pentecostal churches, and this one in particular, they have programs pretty much throughout the week. So I could follow what people did in their, say, regular lives, but also when they connect, say, on Tuesdays, prayer meetings, on Wednesdays in cell groups, on Saturdays when an event such as the soccer match is arranged, and so on and so forth. Within those arenas, I sought to explore how do people connect emotionally. What additional function do some of these events and occasions perform? And so this is where the idea of affective community and affective solidarity came out, that, well, people become much more connected. But there are also instances of fracture and friction within the groups on an emotional level.
This idea of effective economies that you speak out, where you say emotions like hope and security help a community to manage a precarious world. Talk to us about that, because it speaks really to just the essence, I think, of believers across different denominations.
Indeed, it does. So the idea of affective economies is that emotions circulate, they are generated, they are shared, they circulate within groups, and as they circulate, they may gain momentum, they may dissipate. For example, something like love within a church group is something that is perhaps even to be expected. It's something that's common. But in some instances, love can have, as it circulates, as people try to establish romantic relationships, for example, it can create friction, it can create fractures within groups, and this has real meaning in the daily experiences of church members, because if, say, one of my participants indicated that, well, they'd identified a young lady who they were interested in, but they were told, okay, this won't work out by a pastor. And, that created friction between the member and the pastor. And these are the things that play out in this affective economy as emotions and affective ties circulate.
And I think perhaps maybe just to wind down our conversation, Dr. Edmaya, I'd be interested to know, what would you wish folks to take away from this particular work, as it relates obviously to the Pentecostal church?
Well, I think one of the key issues that I'd point out is that although there's certainly cause for concern around some of the practices that have been covered in the media, and some of the practices that actually do happen within some of these new religious groupings, they are not necessarily bizarre groups, and a lot of activity which transpires within those groups is actually activity which is common in society. I mean, sharing, creating bonds, building networks, that sort of community building is quite prominent within those groups. And perhaps instead of treating all Pentecostal churches as odd, bizarre, and that sort of picture, maybe we need to be more sensitive to the different forms of Pentecostalism. In fact, we've spoken about Pentecostalism in singular terms, but there are various ways in which these groups express and perform their Pentecostalism. So we need to be sensitive towards those nuances. I think that's my key point.
Dr. Edmaya Tunjay, thank you so much for the time. Postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Johannesburg, and that is where we leave today's show. We appreciate you for lending us your ears and, of course, for sharing your experiences when invited to do so. We'll get to do it again tomorrow. From our end, that's where we leave it. Ashraf Gara and his team take over between 3 and 6 on the National Pulse. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again tomorrow.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation.
Top stories: Asawa, the NPA to prosecute individuals implicated in the Life Esidimeni tragedy, and oil prices surge by over 7%. Good afternoon. I'm Jolani Tulo Webe. The National Prosecuting Authority, or the NPA, has confirmed that it will prosecute individuals implicated in the Life Esidimeni tragedy. The decision follows years of investigation and an inquest into the deaths of at least 141 psychiatric patients in 2015 and 2016. The patients died after being unlawfully transferred from licensed care facilities to unregistered and ill-equipped NGOs. Individuals who may be held criminally liable for their alleged roles in the deaths have been identified. The NPA says charges including culpable homicide will be announced in due course. A fleet of cars belonging to Suleiman Karim's security company Fusion Tactical have been seen entering Mill Park Hospital in Johannesburg, where the Northwest businessman has been admitted. Karim allegedly suffered a heart attack at a gym in Sandton this morning. He is said to appear before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry on Thursday for the continuation of his testimony. Lopang Alamu reports from outside the hospital.
What we know thus far is that he was at a Gold's Gym in Sandton when he suffered a heart attack, apparently. Now, as things stand, that's the only confirmation we have as to what transpired this morning. That confirmation from the family is all we needed, and we do understand that he has been admitted, and I think not too long from now we'll be getting a word from the family representative to give us a comprehensive statement as to what exactly transpired.
Former employees of Lily and Barbrook mines in Barberton and in Mpumalanga are set to receive their outstanding salaries after an investor deposited more than 165 million rand into the Business Rescue Practitioners Trust account. Lions Bay Resources has transferred the money, signalling intent to revive the mines which were closed in 2016. The mine caved in after a crown pillar collapse, swallowing a lamp room container with 3 workers inside. The 3 workers, Yvonne Mnisi, Solomon Nyarende and Pritin Gambule, are yet to be retrieved. A former employee in Dumi Sombanze says they are pleased that the mines will be reopened.
We are very much pleased with the developments. We've been fighting since 2016. For the first time, we received good news that Lions Bay has invested in this company, wants to buy the mines from the Business Rescue. So we are very much excited and we're looking forward to the reopening of the mine.
Business Rescue Practitioner Rob Devereaux.
There was a meeting last Thursday to vote on the amendments of the business rescue plans of each 3 of the companies. One of the conditions in that was that Lions Bay, who are making the offer to buy the mines, have $10 million in my attorney's trust account. This had happened prior to the meetings.
Oil prices have surged by over 7% to reach $103 per barrel after U.S. President Donald Trump announced a U.S. blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. The announcement regarding a U.S. blockade follows failed talks with Iran over the weekend. The price of gold also declined by 0.5%, while the local currency weakened by 21 cents to reach 16 rand 56 cents to the U.S. dollar on Monday morning. Makwe Masilela of Makwe Fund Managers says the ongoing tensions continue to stoke inflation and weak economic growth expectations.
So markets jitters are there, but given the reaction that we see, even though oil prices have crossed $100 a barrel, you can see that markets themselves are cautiously resilient because market participants expect that a deal will be reached, though it might not be in the short term, but mid to long term, we expect to see some form of a resolution. And unfortunately, with these oil prices going up, inflation going up, then it tells you that interest rates globally will continue to be at elevated levels.
Recapping the top story this hour, the National Prosecuting Authority has confirmed it will prosecute individuals implicated in the Life Esidimeni tragedy. The decision follows years of investigation and an inquest into the deaths of at least 141 psychiatric patients in 2015 and 2016. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Webe.
In sports this hour, Simbini Classic set to transform SA athletics. Ghana football in shock as Frimpong dies in team attack, and Saskok launches Olympic Foundation eyeing future hosting. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, this is indeed the National Pulse. My name's Ashraf Garda. I hope you had a very, very good weekend. The weekend politically dominated by the DA, right? To a large degree by their new leadership and how they interpret all of that. That's the one thing. I think from a pure social media, which is a global perspective, dominated by Elon Musk and his continuous attack on South Africa and a particular tweet where he referenced Clayson Monyela. That's the one. And then Tuli Maransela coming in and weighing in on that conversation too. Things too, including the Americans attempting now to effectively police the Straits of Hormuz themselves, right? So, welcome to the show. Welcome to the National Pulse. Get your thoughts anytime. Call in live 086 000 2032. WhatsApp 0614 104 107. You can text or voice note. And if you're tweeting, hey, great if you do that. Tag SAFM Radio. Do tag me as well. But first things first, we're going to talk about the NPA's decision to prosecute over the life Esidimeni saga. It's been a big story, a real tragedy. We'll talk about that next.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Mandlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
By the way, did you see those images of Donald Trump? It seems like he can't stay out of the news. Donald Trump effectively berating the Pope, right? And then following that up with his own post that reflected an image of him as Jesus. I mean, that's the level that Donald Trump is going to right now. If you've seen it, let me know what you think about that, because I'd like to get your reaction on that too. Right, let's talk about the NPA now and their decision to pursue criminal charges against individuals linked to the Life Esidimeni tragedy. With me is the NPA spokesperson, Kaiser Khanyago. Kaiser, welcome to the show. Welcome to the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that, right? Let's get into the thought processes, because I understand, I mean, this issue has been on the table for a long time. So the thought processes and deliberation that goes into deciding that criminal charges will be laid against individuals.
Yeah, no, you remember that this story broke in 2015, 2016, and then there was an inquiry that was done by Judge Stefo. There was also another process that was done by the former Deputy Chief Justice Moseneke, and then there was then gathering of all the information through the prosecution side, help with the investigators, and then when all of that information is before us, then we had to then consider the evidence that we have and make consultation with the former and the current NDPP so that the final decision can be made based on the evidence before us, and that is why this decision was only made now.
Okay, and the point is, do I take it that the case is, it's not a case of you may pursue criminal charges? Is it a case of you will pursue criminal charges?
Yes, now we have made a decision that we are going to pursue criminal charges against those that were affected. All that needs to happen now is to then contact them through their lawyers and then give them the charges that we face, they are going to face, and then the process will then start in the courts.
Are you able to tell us more, like, how many people have been targeted?
Not at the moment. We are very careful because we do not want a situation where we don't give them the respect that they deserve legally, and only once they are given the charges will we make known of who they are and what the charges are. The only charge that we have put out there is the one of culpable homicide, which will be one of the charges that will be put against some of them.
All right, culpable homicide 1. Is there any other charges you can tell us about?
Not at the moment. As I say, they
Yeah.
will finalize the charges and then give it to them, because that's like any other. They are innocent until proven otherwise. We've got to then give them the respect that they deserve, so that they can then the charges can be put to them, and they may then decide on how.
Fair enough, and therefore no names at this point in time as well. They haven't yet appeared in court. I get that too, right? How long do you expect this process to take now?
Yeah, now that the decision is made, it will be a matter of days, if just so a week or so. So where we are able to then contact all of them and then give them the charges and indicate to them when they need to appear before the court.
Okay. Anything else around that you need to highlight, that you'd want to just, in addressing effectively a national audience?
Yeah, no. The biggest thing that we have said even in our statement is to say that we really understand that this has come a long way and the distress that it has caused. But we are saying to the families that were affected, we are now at this point where we are making sure that these people who were involved are prosecuted, and we believe that we've got enough evidence for that to happen, and we want the process to continue. And we apologize to all the families for taking this long, but it had to be done because we had to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, to make sure that all the legal processes are dealt with.
So, just to be clear, because, we're bound to get reaction on that. You're apologizing for taking that long, but it wasn't a case of taking long because of acts of tardiness. You're saying you actually had no choice but to follow the processes, which took very, very long, yeah?
No, definitely. It's not because somebody did not do what they're supposed to do. It was purely because the people had to follow up. And you remember there were all those inquiries that took their own time. And we had to then study the outcomes of all of that, make sure that we are comfortable, make sure that the current National Director for Prosecution also is comfortable with the evidence that is before him, and all of those decisions had to be made.
Yeah, and the point, looking at your statement about that inquest presided by Judge Tefu, making it very clear, and I'm quoting, concluded with findings that several deaths, not one, several deaths were caused by negligence and systemic failures within the Gauteng Department of Health. Now, the point is, yes, you can't judge anybody guilty, I get that, but part of your role is to ensure that the public do not lose credibility in the legal processes, isn't it? That must come at the back of your mind, because there's been so many similar issues like this where there's been a case, and as you know, even with the Matlanga Commission, people will call in to say, but nothing's going to happen about this. Yeah.
Definitely, Ashraf. We really want the people of South Africa to understand that the National Prosecution Authority is there for them, and that is why we are called public prosecutors, because we are doing this on behalf of the public. Therefore, the public are our shareholders, and they need to see that we are doing everything within our powers to make sure that those that are found to have done wrong get what they deserve, which is time in prison or whatever sentence that the courts might come up with.
Okay, well, there we are. Thanks for your time. Much appreciated sharing these thoughts, which I think is groundbreaking today. Kaiser Kanyako, the NPA spokesperson, confirming that the NPA now, very clear, they've decided to pursue charges against individuals linked to the Life Esidimeni tragedy. I have no doubt if I tell you reaction, it's going to come from you. So how do you react? 086 000 2032. You can WhatsApp 0614 104 107. This at a time when there's been a feeling from many people that nothing ever gets done. Do you get a sense that, in fact, a lot is being done right now? In a few minutes' time, we'll be chatting to Zahira Mati regarding a fascinating peak to purpose from Kilimanjaro to Kakuma, which we're going to talk about that campaign just now. But next up, further reaction from a family member linked to Life Esidimeni.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
Right, so different aspects, different people, different perspectives in terms of where we are. What about the family responses to the news now that the Life Isidimeni tragedy will result in criminal charges being pursued against individuals. Christine Ngumalo is the spokesperson for the Life Isidimeni, I would think, families. In fact, Christine, appreciate your time and thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I know there's been so many conversations that you've been a part of over the years. I would think when you find out today there's actually going to be criminal charges, it doesn't take away from the fact that people lost their lives. But having said that, how then do you respond to a day like today?
Yeah. Actually, my day started off a bit weird because I'm swamped with work, and then I got a call from Section 27 because I did not have a chance to watch the news, and then I missed the call from Section 27, and I called back. And I remember Sasha saying to me, Christine, you won't believe it. I'm like, what? NPA is ready to prosecute. And I did not have, I think I kept quiet for the greater part of 5 minutes, just literally just being stunned, because this journey has been incredibly long. The joy that the families are expressing, the calls that have been coming through, it's almost like it's surreal. I think that's a feeling, because it's been a very, very long, very sad and long journey.
Mm-hmm. Did you, when I say you and the families, did you also feel like so many others to say nothing's going to come out of this? Just lots of investigation, lots of inquiries, but nothing meaningful. Meaning, is this a dramatic change for you that actually surprises you?
Oh, it's been long. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, after the arbitration, I don't know how much time went past until we actually could convince the NPA to get to an inquest, to do the inquest. So with each milestone, the period of waiting that had taken place, it kind of like it felt less and less more probable that we will get to a prosecution. I mean, the inquest judgment was close to 2 years now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So already, I mean, if you look at the overall time, it's 10.5 years now. So it's not child's play. So yes, you do get to a point where you think, you know what, we made the headlines. People died. It was sad, but this is what it is. As to the fact that it's happening now, I think I still need to pinch myself a couple of times. I still can't. I personally can't believe it. The families are like, let's hope it's not just breaking news and it ends there. That's where we are now.
Tell me more, if you can, about, what family members are saying. You don't have to mention names if you can't, but just what are they saying?
Well, look, most of the news we broke in on WhatsApp groups, the WhatsApp groups we've had over the years.
Yeah.
And you've, obviously got emojis of clapping hands. Some are praying, some are saying amen, some are saying, nah, there's a catch, are you sure? Where is it? Because some of them have not seen it on the news. So there's a sense of belief, and there's a sense of, disbelief. And there's a sense of someone's pranking us. And maybe it's April Fool's or something, kind of feeling. So it's surreal. I suppose when everything gets going, then the reality will
the real work will start. Yeah. Just lastly, I mean, Kaiser Khanyago, I had earlier on, and you may have heard it, made the point about apologizing to to the families, saying it took very, very long, but we just had to follow the processes. But we do apologize for that. Well, what do you feel about that?
To be honest with you, and I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say this, but when you get a sense there's a new broom. Mm-hmm. Because we felt like the manner in which it was handled was something else. The light in the person who shone a bit of light in our way was Judge Defo. Because in essence, what she did, she basically said, you guys are right. You're not wrong in what you are wanting, because the journey that we've been with NPA even before the deaths occurred. The inquest was requested back then. So you can understand the delay and the frustration that we had to go through. But yes, we welcome the apology. Honestly, we haven't had one of those from the NPA.
Are you glad that they did apologize?
I actually heard him when he apologized, and I must be honest with you, it gave me a bit of goosebumps because I didn't think NPA could apologize. But from my side, and I'm sure from the families, we appreciate that. It really does mean a lot.
Maybe it is a whole new world after all that we're
Yeah.
living in. So I'll leave it with that. Pass on our regards to the families, because I think everybody's on side regarding this absolutely needless tragedy that occurred, and we wish you well when the arrests are finally made, and of course trial may be a long way down the line. But I think first things first. They did say it'll happen imminently, so we're expecting something very, very quickly. So thanks for your time, Christine.
Thank you very much.
We are Christine Ngomalo, the Life Esidimeni spokesperson. There you have it. For the first time in a long time, there's a sign of hope for those families, from a position of hopelessness to hope. Now that's a good thing, isn't it? Welcome to the National Pulse.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Teamwork makes the dream work on Color Your Plate this Sunday evening at 7 as the duos tackle global cuisine in a high-energy tag team challenge where partners must swap in and out as they build their dish together. Communication is key, timing is critical, and one misstep could cost them. Which duo will stay in sync and deliver a world-class plate? Find out on Color Your Plate, Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. only on SABC2.
Wait till you hear how much money Outsurance saves 30-year-old Dineo on her car insurance.
I'm saving 1,094 rands.
That's an incredible monthly saving of 1,094 rand on Dineo's 2025 Kia Sonet. SMS out to 30754. Here's 63-year-old Almero.
We do save 417 Rand. That's about 5,000 Rand a year.
That's an awesome saving on Almero's 2021 Ford Ranger. Get a quote now. SMS out to 30754. With Outsurance, after 3 claim-free years, you get an out bonus.
Can't wait for that. A little bit of cash for a girl to have a little bit of fun, eh?
Always getting something out. You also get 5 million Rand third-party liability cover, covering damage to the other person's vehicle in an accident. How much could Outsurance save you? Get a quote now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
X at SFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
The ANC Youth League, by the way, pretty critical about some aspects of the ANC leadership. We'll talk about that just after the news at 3:30. We'll get further reaction on the DA all change as well, right? And maybe Donald Trump too, of course, right? And Elon Musk. But how about this story? So, we want to focus on stories that really inspire. So here's one that you need to think about. A group of 8 climbers from different parts of, South Africa and the Middle East, Dubai, South Africa, Kenya, summited Mount Kilimanjaro fairly recently as part of what is called the Peak to Purpose. So it's one thing just summiting because you just want to dare yourself, but Peak to Purpose suggests something a whole lot more profound, right? So let's find out exactly what the Peak to Purpose was really all about. With me, Zahira Marti, who's the Managing Director at Think Language. Zahira, I appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thanks for having me, Ashraf.
Pleasure. So yeah, you were one of them. I get it, right? Give me the story behind the why. It wasn't just to test your endurance, right?
No, not at all. I visited Kakuma refugee camp in northwestern Kenya with an organization called Amahoro Coalition, which at the time I was merely just interested in. A very good friend of mine is a curator of the organization. And working in the travel space, I always felt there was a need to have impact on the continent that I come from. So I visited Kakuma as part of AFD, which is African Forum for Displacement, which takes place annually. And part of it was a media visit to Kakuma. And on this visit, we met the most incredible young entrepreneurs and talent within the camp, which is about 300,000 people strong. So essentially a city within a city. It has hotels, it has restaurants, it has businesses, all from thriving diaspora across the continent that were displaced for various reasons. And in my interactions with the younger entrepreneurs, you realize that they've got this wealth of opportunity in terms of what they're capable of, this incredible talent, but they're short on resources. So very simple things that, we would have as entrepreneurs in cities like, stable electricity, stable internet, a space where you can go and connect with someone whose business might be complementary to yours was lacking. So when I came away, I'd said to my friend Isaac, I was like, Isaac, I want to do a co-working space. And he's used to me having crazy, weird, and wonderful ideas. And he's like, great. He's also very great at supporting people around him to sort of run with things. So he's like, well, come together with a plan and let's do it. So I was like, all right, we're going to start it off with a climb. The climb's going to start the fundraising. I'd spoken at an event and met these incredible individuals from different areas of the construction and building, architecture, project management at an event. They offered their services pro bono. And I thought, well, everything's aligning for a reason. So we went on this climb in February. It kicked off our fundraising drive. We're very far from where we need to be, but the why is to create a co-working resource center for the community of Kakuma and hopefully then duplicate that concept across camps across the continent.
Okay, so what was the climb like then, for yourself and the others that joined you?
The climb is a lot harder than I think it was sold to me. It's around 5,900 meters of ascent. We did it over 7 days. You stop at a camp every night. You sort of climb up and sleep. So you climb high and you sleep low is what they say. But essentially for me, it was the physicality of it that I didn't expect, but definitely the harder aspect of it was the mental side of that climb. One foot in front of the other for hours and hours at a time. You're struggling to breathe with the altitude. And you end up living in your head and essentially just sort of running through all your life's choices.
And all of that, I think what would inspire you and the others would be that you're doing this climb for a purpose. So give me a sense of that mental strength around, overcoming adversity because you understand your purpose is much higher.
Look, I mean, I'm not an endurance person. So for me, one of the reasons I selected to do a mountain climb essentially was because it was so far out of my comfort zone. And I think for a lot of the climbers that joined me who did it blindly, I mean, one of the climbers was a colleague, Tito from Kenya, who heads up Amahoro's partnerships. But essentially everybody else were just young professionals, doctors from South Africa that chose to do this for a cause that they'd never actually had physical contact with, but sort of believed in. So you do have to go through the ups and downs of just constantly walking, getting through the physicality of it, but essentially pushing yourself past that point of, okay, I'm tired, I want to stop, I want to rest. And you do get to do that, but you essentially need to get to the top. And it kind of mirrors life, I think, in general, of there's always going to be another hilltop. There's always going to be another challenge. You need to get to that point somehow to overcome it. And then you move on to the next one. And that's essentially what climbing Kilimanjaro is.
Well, we'll find out what the next one is. I know that $250,000 were raised immediately, which I think is sizable if you multiply around 17 or 18. So we know that's quite a bit of money. What happens next?
Raised it, Ashraf. That's the goal. So we kicked it off, the fundraising with the climb, but that's the goal, is 250,000 for our center.
Okay, so now let's go back to Amahoro in terms of what they do or what you do, and then how you see it may change the life really of the people from the Kakuma refugee camp.
Amahoro is quite unique in that we are not a humanitarian organization. And I say we because I've subsequently, since visiting, sort of work as a consultancy capacity with the organization. So what we are is we're a Pan-African social enterprise organization. So if you think of disaster, the first wave is disaster relief, humanitarian aid, food, shelter, basic needs and human necessities. Then we come in. So we come in to rebuild the infrastructure around business ecosystem. So what we would aim for is, look, we know 45% of the global youth sits on the African continent, which means in 20 to 25 years, a majority or at least almost half of the world is going to be African. As such, we feel within the team that's our responsibility, and there's other organizations doing similar things, but what really sets us apart is we work with private sector to build ecosystems that allow people with lived displaced experience, or refugees, internally displaced individuals, to really tap into their growth and their opportunity and their talent base to build businesses that create employment, that help them be less dependent on aid. We know a lot of aid's been pulled out of Africa and other areas. We have an incredible fellowship program that supports the development of these entrepreneurs. And I think what is really important is we have a set narrative attached to the word refugee, don't we? A lot of us think of tents or silver bowls, but essentially it's a network of people, a talent pool of people on our continent that have been displaced due to various reasons, conflict, disaster, natural disaster. But they move with all their talent, all their education, all their experience, all the opportunity that they can create. And simply because of a lack of paperwork, we suddenly see them through a completely different lens. So what we try to do is we see these individuals not as people in need. We see them as partners. We see them as clients that we work with, because the future of our continent is being able to build these relationships and these partnerships with these skilled individuals that can create employment within their own communities, that are the future of our continent, really, if we think of the number of displaced individuals there are in Africa.
Well, I think you've set it up pretty well in terms of how we want to see things change. So we'll track what happens next, not today, but some other time, and see what happens then to the people from the Kakuma refugee camp and the work certainly of the Amahoro team as well in terms of what you do. So well done. Inspiring indeed. Zahira Marti, Managing Director at Think Ligrish. Much appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Jolani.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines, a series of social media posts by Duduzile Zuma Sambudla during the 2021 looting and unrest contributed to the violence, according to social media expert Emma Sadlier, who is testifying in the Durban High Court. Sadlier is giving evidence in the trial of Zuma Sambudla, the daughter of former President Jacob Zuma. The National Prosecuting Authority has confirmed it will prosecute individuals implicated in the Life Esidimeni tragedy. And finally, Israeli troops have launched an attack to seize a key South Lebanon town from Hezbollah fighters. I will have details on these and other stories at 4 o'clock.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
To me, it's that time of the season in football where coaches either look for titles or they get fired. Tell me about it.
A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, Sekhukhune United have reportedly sacked head coach Eric Tinkler after just over a year with the club. According to SABC Sport, Paulos Masehe is expected to take charge for the remainder of the season, and this decision comes despite a 1-0 win over Magezi this past weekend. This is following a run of inconsistent results in the league. Tinkler, who joined this club in March last year, guided the team to a 4th place finish but was unable to deliver silverware this season, with Sekhukhune United falling short in competitions such as the Nedbank Cup. It's a developing story and I will definitely keep a close eye on it. In terms of athletics, Akani Simbini is adding serious financial backing to the Simbini Classics with a prize pool set to 10 hertz. Now, this event is part of the Continental Tour Challenger Series and it offers a total prize pool of 1.46 million rand. Winners of each of the 12 events will receive 50,000 rands. Unusually for events in Africa, prize money will also be given to athletes who finish up to 6th place, and para-athletes are included as well, showing a a strong focus on inclusivity. Now, Simbini says that the goal is to reduce the financial pressure on athletes, attract international competitors, and also highlight South African talent. And the ticket prices range from 60 Rand to 250. And there are plans to make the Simbini Classic a regular event on the international athletics calendar. And I'm really hoping, Ashraf, that a lot of athletics fans will support this cause, the Simbini Classics, because it's absolutely a great initiative. And for the fact that he started this while he's still competing.
Yeah, he's not retired.
That's what I'm saying. It just shows the intention that he has, but also he sees what needs to be done in terms of helping more athletes to come in and also being supported financially.
He's a champion who champions great causes, which is exactly what he's done. So
absolutely.
Support him.
But in terms of cricket, the Mumbai Indians captain Hardik Pandya admitted his side needs a rethink. This is after the 18-run loss to Royal Challengers Bengaluru in Wankhede Stadium. The defeat leaves the 5-time champion 8th in the table with just 2 points from 4 matches. And Pandya says that batting and bowling units must reflect on how to find momentum, especially in the power play where Mumbai have struggled a lot. In terms of rugby, South Africa's 4 URC sides will go into the final stretch of the regular season with everything to play for. The Stormers sit second on 51 points after bouncing back with wins over the Bulls, Dragons and Edinburgh, and now face Connacht at Cape Town Stadium. The Lions are the form team, climbing to 5th and 4th straight victories, but they face lock leaders Glasgow next at Ellis Park, and the Bulls hold 8th place after 5 wins in 6, with the Welsh doubleheader against the Dragons and Scarlets looming. The Sharks in 10th must win every game to stay in contention, starting with away trips to Ospreys and Edinburgh. Then finally, in terms of Olympic news, the South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee is laying the groundwork for a bold new era, with the President Barry Hendricks confirming plans to launch a dedicated Olympic and Paralympic foundation. Now, Hendricks insists that the foundation will be critical to supporting athletes, driving development, and also positioning South Africa as a future host nation. On that note, it is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Okay, well, there you are. So, yeah, Eric Tinkler gone. But I mean, with football more than anything else, like, to be fired is like, okay, move on.
But for me, I think it comes as a surprise, because I think he, if anything, Sekhukhune is fighting for 3rd place.
Yeah, so they're there, like.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying it's a developing story, because there are other stories around it, but it's not yet confirmed.
Okay, I'll call you off air. Okay. More sport in
With
an
the
hour.
ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, there's some developers around the Good Party, which we're going to talk about just now. But in the meantime, let's talk about the ANC Youth League, right? So the president of the ANC Youth League, Colin Malachi, addressed the Youth League's Gauteng Provincial General Council at the Walter Sisulu Recreation Facility in Randburg, right? That was yesterday. Now, what did he say? So first things first, the Youth League president made this reference around CADA, which I think you need to listen to.
There are many ways that we abuse in the ANC now. Leadership, comrade, CADA. selfless cadre of the movement. You know, to be called a cadre, I always refuse when comrades call me a cadre. To be called a cadre, you must be at an advanced stage that no one else has been in. What are your level of consciousness and service to your people must be beyond reproach. Everyone is selfless cadre, no. Cadre. No one now 14 years which were cadre or cosas. Cadre. There are many ways that
Cadre. Okay. Now, the ANC Youth League president then continued about more important issues besides what you called, and referenced the role of the tripartite alliance and South Africa as well, National Democratic Revolution.
Must come to the ANC and say that we need to track the progress of the National Democratic Revolution. And say, in the past 30 years, how far is the project that the ANC has led through the alliance? Because the ANC has been identified as a vehicle to advance the National Democratic Revolution. Now, when you identify people, like when you elect leaders, you assess them on progress they've made, on resolutions you've given them to implement. That's why you are here in the PGC, because you are here to assess your leaders, since you have elected them, how far they went to implement the resolutions. Now the alliance must do the same and say, in the program of the NTR, how far are you in the implementation? And the beauty about this alliance is that the ANC has never been in government outside alliance structures. It has never. Since 94, the Communist Party has always been in government with the ANC. Naba Makacha, no, Abarbanyaka state power. They've always been in state power. Which state power they're looking for? Because they've always been in state power. Lemo outing, abana constituency mara baona. Bagasu kaleke ole wa 25 mara rabangatage. Batsore babona. Because we understand that it is important that the alliance forms part of, because we are one advancing one revolutionary program. Baramagaja, state power. Such a feeling comrades, because you have been in state power since 94 with us.
So, what does Malachi then say about Lebogang Maile?
You must go to the Prime Minister of Gauteng, Okopela Mabona. Otoatola. The youth league must make an appointment with the Prime Minister of Gauteng and ask for life. I can guarantee you, you'll get them on Monday. Forget, you won't get it there. For 2 years. On Monday, you and Pomi, you must wake up and look for the Prime Minister of Gauteng. Otoatola Mabona. Kena Mutamabone, Babamba, Banobolen. I get able to wire some premier immediately. We must request National to put Comrade Lebogang Maile as the premier of Gauteng. He has proven beyond doubt that is way above those that we think they are in charge. We don't want to be led by cowards. We want to be led by Lebogang Maile because he even chooses which department he wants.
Okay, there we are. So what about you? What do you think of the ANC Youth League flexing their muscles on a variety of issues? And I'd like to hear from you. Drop us a voice note for starters or a live call when we open the lines to voice note us. It's 0614 104 107. You can text us on that same number to call in live. It's 086 000 2032. You can also tweet, and many people do that with your thoughts, and people, of course, listening in. Alton Constable, I see your tweets. only the champions are tuned in live. Let the talkers and stalkers talk. I wonder what that really means. Thanks for that anyway. Well, what about the good party? They have an issue. We'll talk about that next.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Well, what we ask this question daily, what is it that moves the national pulse? And I can think of a range of issues that certainly does that. Certainly for today, over the weekend, has been what happens with the DA in the light of the leadership changes that have taken place, right? But the Good Party have issued a statement that you need to reflect on. The statement talks about the U.S. Marines training at the Cape Town Metro Police cadets. According to the Good Party, the training should not just be seen as a fitness exercise, but rather as something that raises serious legal and constitutional concerns. So let's find out more about it with Jonathan Cupido, Good Party's councillor in the city of Cape Town. Jonathan, appreciate your time. So what is it about this training that you find not so good?
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you.
Let me start off by saying the following. If it was just normal training, I think the city would just easily have been open to issue a statement and make it clear to everybody as to how this relationship has come about. But I think the city's own spokesperson or the city's own statement has brought a bigger concern, because they said it was normal physical training, but yet it says continued with cybercrime, kidnapping and investigations, those type of training that they're also doing, which is a little bit different to fitness training. And this then now becomes a concern to me. As a member of the portfolio, all of these, we normally speak about training, and one of the things that we always highlight in it is the type of training that the staff is getting and the attendance to training and all of those things that's normally within the report. And we've got such a lot of training programs in place. We've even now recently signed another contract with a company or a college where we are now going to have our members getting certificates. So it's quite concerning that we're running all of this in Cape Town, where we say we have all the training programs in place, we've got everything in place, but then suddenly we're now dealing with a foreign country's Marines, and we're getting them in to come and give training to us. That becomes a concern.
What do you think? I mean, why would we see fit for, as you said, a foreign country to come and give training to us? I mean, we have the same row around, doctors from Cuba, around, some ships on maneuver from Iran and so on and so on. What is it that you find problematic here?
The problem is not the fact that we're having training. The problem is the fact that South Africa has laws. And everything that we do within, specifically to a municipality, whatever we do, whatever we embark on, must be within the framework of the law. Now, when we look at law enforcement officers or the Metro Police cadets, which is all known as to us as the law enforcement officers, they have the police minister has given them specific duties that they need to fulfill. Now, we do understand the situation of crime within the city of Cape Town, and we do appreciate the fact that the city is trying to also go out and assist in trying to bring the crime down. But as long as we do this within the national framework, where the commissioner has passed this off, because the manuals do tell us directly that the commissioner is the person that signs off the accredited Metro Police training system, and those standards are set out by the South African Police Services Act. And if we are starting to move outside of that, then suddenly I start feeling that there is a bit of a concern, because now our good intentions cannot be excused by bad practice and bad process. And what I'm seeing now is that we are bypassing the process without following the laws of this country, and that becomes the bigger concern to me, rather than the fact that there was training.
Now, I mean, amongst the things, as per your press release, you've asked questions to the city, in this case, the city of Cape Town specifically, which I think is very topical in the light of the mayor of Cape Town now being the leader of the DA, right? And the call for good governance. And you're saying the city must now answer clearly and publicly under what legal authority were U.S. Marines involved in training a municipal police service? Was this authorized or approved by the National Commissioner of the SAPS? And there's a couple of more points. Was this strictly limited to physical training, or did it extend into policing functions? What agreement governs the international cooperation and its terms? What did this cost? Now, has Cape Town responded?
No. I haven't received any response from the city of Cape Town. I'm sure that they're going to respond to the media statement, but at this present moment, nothing has been said.
Okay, let's leave it at that. You've put it on the agenda. Thank you for your time, Jonathan Cupido, Good Party councillor in the city of Cape Town. This is the National Pulse.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental dispute, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Sorry I'm late, Sevi. Had to fetch my lucky putter. No worries. Let's go. We're teeing off in an hour. Great. We're taking your car. Can't. It's already taken. What do you mean taken? It was right here when I left a few minutes ago. I sold it to Weber Cars and made a whole lot of green. Birdie told me that's the best way to sell your car. Not only the best way, it's the fair way. Kom ons vat die pad.
Don't be doof, be savvy. We buy cars geared for a fast sale, geared for you.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Say Professor Athol Williams. He is a whistleblower. He's a senior fellow of management practice and strategy at the Said Business School. You might remember he went public about corruption at Bain, South Africa, where he used to work, and he was effectively exiled to the United Kingdom, leaving his family behind and fearing for his life. How do you feel about the new legislation?
I kept asking myself, would I recommend to someone I love, to my daughter, to my wife, to my close family, to blow the whistle, looking at this new bill? And I would absolutely not recommend anyone blow the whistle, because I don't believe the government has taken the whistleblowers' interests serious. I have no confidence that if I did stand up and blow the whistle, that the government would protect me, understands my situation.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, reaction to come from all the things we've discussed or even touched on as well, including Donald Trump being very, very critical of the Pope of all people. But I mean, what are you surprised about with Donald Trump right now? So if you've heard it, the actual words, then we can talk about that too. Younger in Cape Town, hi. Let's talk about life as Sidimeni.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. It just shows the legacy of our former head of NPA, Mrs. Shamila Patoy. To say, the inquiry was there and the evidence was put on her, but she didn't do anything. And here's the, a new head and presented with the same evidence, and then he took a decision to say, the person former health MSc Qadan Masuk must be prosecuted. So I really thank Advocate TB, to prosecute these people who, I will call it, they murdered people. To be honest, hundreds and something people have died because of their incompetence and lack of check and balances. So I'm happy that those who are responsible, they will be prosecuted now. But justice delayed is justice denied. And I'm asking myself, Miss Shamila Batoyi, where she is now on hindsight.
Are you? I mean, many. That whole issue about prosecution is so complex, right? And as you know, that is why we're having all these other investigations. But would you say you're attributing any delays to Shamila Batoyi specifically?
Yes, because there was an inquiry, and the report was given to the NPA. As a head, she should have took a decision long time ago. We're talking about 4 years back.
Yeah.
And here's the new NPA head presented with the same information from the FACT main inquiry, and she says that these people must be charged. These people must be charged.
Okay, but by the same token, they said there were long delays that were out of their hands. He didn't say it's out of the hands of Shamila Batoyi. He said long delays because of investigations, and it may be, and sometimes this does happen. It just happens to be the new person in charge just has to sign off. So I don't know that for sure, but I'm just looking at two different points to that issue. Yanga, thanks for putting that on the agenda. Thank you for that. Mandlakovu, let's get your thoughts. Hi. Mandlakovu, you're live. Hi. Mandla, you there?
I'm well.
Mandlakovu, hi. Yes, go for it.
Yes, sir. It's one of those moments where you say, wow, what has happened in South Africa? Because if you look at the behavior of some public officials, it's been, they get away with everything because then there are budgets that suddenly the department would make available for court actions, let alone having to pay the people that have been affected and so on and so on. But it reminds me of when I think for the first time there was this issue of outcomes of personal costs. Because then the personal costs were saying that people are held liable because at the end, and these people are actually saved by the taxpayers again, payers money again. So if at this rate, with these developments, then you can easily clean up the public sector. You can be sure. Because at the end, besides everything, if this was a corporate company, you'll be talking about, it becomes a friend issue. And then, because this particular department, then it's known for not doing things properly. Yet it's individuals, in fact, few individuals within it that are doing things.
Well, there we are. All right.
So well, I think it's great news. It's exciting.
Okay, I think your sentiments are probably reflected by just about most people listening in, right? Excepting maybe the people who are directly involved in this. So, Mandlakovu, thanks for that. Things are moving. They are, aren't they? Here's another compliment to the NPA.
Afternoon, and your team. Good job from the NPA. But we will only trust them once they charge those who are above the law, including the main man. Thanks, Ashraf, for a good show.
Okay, well, as per the chat with the NPA spokesperson, Kazakhanyaku, that's going to happen imminently. It's not going to be months on end. They want to push for it. So I think you're going to see some, you're going to get some news on that very, very quickly.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Ule here. In connection with the Life Esidimeni case, I think it's long overdue. Some people must be held to account for what happened. They must account. Because now, innocent people died. They lost their lives. And accused number one, according to me, must be the former MEC. I think her name is Kedani Mahlangu. That woman is so heartless. I'm telling you. Thank you.
Well, you're right about who the MEC was. Let's see what happens when they actually get called up and charged and then convicted. Maybe. What about the DA?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf Matabok. Ashraf, the issue of DA. You know, they had a conference that did not have problems or hiccups. However, people that are elected currently in the positions are going to be remotely controlled from Helen Zille. For example, the current leader of the federal was groomed by Helen Zille, and obviously Helen Zille would not even allow him to go out of Helen Zille's plan. Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay, so you're saying Helen Zille, a leader without a title, but will lead no matter what because of her influence. Hold on to that thought. Here's the news at 4.
Top stories. A social media expert details the impact of Zuma Sambudla's tweets in court, and Israeli troops launch an attack to seize a key South Lebanon town. Good afternoon. I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe. A series of social media posts by Duduzile Zuma Sambudla during the 2021 looting and unrest contributed to the violence, according to social media expert Emma Sadlier, who is testifying in the Durban High Court. Sadlier is giving evidence in the trial of Zuma Sambudla, the daughter of former President Jacob Zuma. She is facing charges of incitement to violence and sedition. The court heard that Zuma Sambudla, described as an influencer, posted 28 tweets over a 36-hour period during the unrest. Sadlier testified that the post had a far greater impact than thousands of posts made by an ordinary individual. She further told the court that the format and tone of the tweets amounted to a call to action, encouraging others to replicate the actions shown in footage shared on her social media posts. The NPA has confirmed that it will prosecute people implicated in the deaths of mental health care patients during the Life Esidimeni transfers. In 2015 and 2016, 141 patients died after they were moved from the Life Esidimeni Care Centre to unregistered and non-compliant NGOs. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago.
The National Prosecuting Authority confirms that following years of investigation and legal processes, a decision has been taken to prosecute individuals implicated in the tragic deaths of mental health care users during the Life Esidimeni transfers. The matter has since stood as one of the most serious human rights violations in democratic South Africa.
Former employees of Lily and Barbrook mines in Barberton and Mpumalanga are said to receive their outstanding salaries after an investor deposited more than 165 million rand into the Business Rescue Practitioners Trust account. Lions Bay Resources has transferred the money, signalling intent to revive the mines, which were closed in 2016. The mine caved in after a crown pillar collapse, swallowing a lamp room container with 3 workers inside. The 3 workers, Yvonne Mnisi, Solomon Nyarande and Priti Nkambule, are yet to be retrieved. A former employee, Ndumi Sombanze, says they are pleased that the mines will reopen.
We are very much pleased with the developments. We've been fighting since 2016. For the first time, we received good news that Lions Bay has invested in this company, wants to buy the mines from the Business Rescue. So we are very much excited and we're looking forward to the reopening of the mine.
5 suspects wanted in connection with a robbery at a jewellery store at Gateway Shopping Mall in Umhlanga in the north of Durban have been arrested. The men, aged from 20 to 44, were apprehended in Umlazi Township after allegedly fleeing with jewellery worth approximately 3 million rand during the robbery yesterday. KZN police spokesperson Paul Magwaza.
Through hard work and perseverance, police officers arrested 5 suspects in the early hours of Monday morning, 13 April 2026. During the operation, jewellery estimated to be valued at 3 million rands was recovered, as well as clothing, bank cards and mobile routers. The arrested suspects were charged for business robbery as well as attempted murder. They will appear at the Durban Magistrates Court on Wednesday, 15 April 2026.
The case of a Limpopo pastor accused of raping 2 girls has been postponed to Friday at the Senwa Barwana Magistrates Court in Limpopo. The postponement was for a bail application and further investigation. The accused has another case underway at the Seshego Magistrates Court, the alleged sexual assault of a 12-year-old girl. Senwa Barwana Magistrate Johanna Brancon has ordered that the accused will remain in custody.
Therefore, the matter is postponed to Friday, the 17th of April 2026. It is postponed for further hearing and application. The accused remains in custody.
Israeli troops have launched an attack to seize a key South Lebanon town from Hezbollah fighters. The Iranian-backed fighters are believed to be holed up inside Bint Bail. Israeli soldiers have surrounded the town close to the Israeli border and started their assault. This comes on the eve of historic talks between Israeli and Lebanese government envoys in Washington and the U.S. Israel says it won't discuss a ceasefire, while Hezbollah has objected to negotiations with Israel, reflecting a sharply worsening political tension in Lebanon. Recapping the top story this hour, a series of social media posts by Duduzile Zuma Sambula during the 2021 looting and unrest contributed to the violence, according to social media expert Emma Sadlier, who is testifying in the Durban High Court. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
In sports this hour, new faces and Proteas women's squad for T20 series against India and elite SA swimmers battling for Commonwealth spots. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start in Joburg with some delays into a crash at Houghton Estate. It's the Mike 1 going south, leaving Sand to the Melrose. The collision down by Houghton Drive, the backlog of the traffic back to around Glenhove Road. Breakdown on the N3 south at Modderfontein Road. That's pushing a queue back into Limbro Park territory. Durban through Pietermaritzburg, quite heavy now between Shongweni and Cliffdale. That's the usual broken down. In fact, there are 2 breakdowns. One just past Shongweni and then the other causing the main problem by the Cliffdale exit. And Cape Town today, N2 out of town, fairly slow. Nelson Mandela Boulevard to Hospital Bend, and then out as far as Bunga Avenue. The M5 coming into that back from the Kuberg interchange, running south onto that N2 exit. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
By the way, Elon Musk has been at it again with his, South Africa's racist laws, and that's why you can't do business there. And in doing so, you had Clayson Maniela, who responded from Durko, remember? And Elon Musk's response was full of expletives, to the point that I actually tweeted to say, who do we report him to? This is Elon Musk, the boss of X, being pretty X-rated, if I can call it that, on the X platform. Did you see it? Let's talk about it if you did. If you didn't, let's talk about it too, right? We'll also get further response, in terms of the DA moving forward. That comes up after 5 o'clock, when the dust has settled after all the hoo-ha over the weekend. And maybe that point about Ellen Zille is an important one. What role does she play in terms of her relative influence? Well, talking about influence, what about Duduzile Zuma Sambudla? We'll talk about her next.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
The Rear, the home of the 4 bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
By the way, that Trump poster, that he does post on his Truth platform, it is an image AI generated, but from Trump, effectively, showing Donald Trump in a Jesus-like role, healing a man, that he's steeped in patriotic symbolism with the US flag as well. There's been much criticism of that. You may have your own thoughts on that. Well, talking about criticism, the trial of Duduzile Zuma Sambudla, the former MK Party MP, resumes in the Durban High Court now. Zuma Sambudla faces charges under the Terrorism Act. And we're going to talk about that with our SABC reporter in a moment or so. Let's, however, get your thoughts on some of the issues we've covered so far. What is it for you that moves the national pulse? We certainly cover the conversations that truly matter.
Ashraf, this Isidumeni case has been treated with kid love for a long time. Or maybe the criminal justice system was captured. Even your guest whom you were interrogating or interviewing, he's talking about these implicated people be treated, with the respect they deserve. What's that? For almost 20 years. The case having been dragging like that, that's complete poppycock. Thanks, William Kuma.
Thanks for that, Willie. Willie's certainly very unhappy at the turn of events. We'll get to a guest in a moment.
Ashraf, good afternoon, man. Hope you had a beautiful weekend. Flores from the beautiful Wildlands. Ashraf, the DA election. Let me tell you, the amount of women that was there part of the delegates from what I could see on the tally. And yet, there's only one woman out of the 10 top positions that has been selected. It just shows that women used to being led by men. It's so sad that, or is there no more leaders, women leaders, young leaders in the DA? It's one of those two things. It's either women want to be led by men, or there's not enough potential women leaders in the DA. Have a good show. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Well, interesting one you bring up. I know that the new leader of the DA was a guest this morning on, Dula's show. Clearly not Dula's show. Things have indeed changed, right? That was on the morning. Then we've had... as well as on Morning Live, by the way, on TV. And he made the point, Jordan Hill-Lewis, he made the point about that they've grown organically. That means the leadership reflects an organic growth. And overall, they're pretty happy. There's been other arguments that, in fact, at different levels, there's been huge women representation. And they've also had a women leader amongst the only ones of the major political parties that have got that. So I wonder which of the numbers do we look at first, right? Okay, hold on to that thought. Let's talk about the trial of Duduzile Zuma Sambudla, right? So she's accused of inciting violence during the 2021 July unrest. Can you believe it? It's like 6 years already. The court heard that during that period, she posted on Twitter using the hashtag Free Jacob Zuma. So hashtag Free Jacob Zuma. So what happened today? Dries Liebenberg is the SABC reporter covering the story. Appreciate your time, Dries. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I suppose you get court appearances and court appearances, and some of them are just fueled with a whole lot of different emotions. This would be one of them, right?
During the course of the day, they finished up with a social media expert witness. It was the state had already finished leading her evidence, so it was she was under cross-examination. So that in itself is a slower process. But Darlene Mpofu did not disappoint. He did grill her towards the end about whether she can really say that she is independent and so forth. But for me, what stood out was her evidence that over a period of 36 hours, between 9 and 10 July 2021, now that was about 2 days after the, former President Jacob Zuma was sent to jail, she posted 28 tweets. Hello, can you hear me?
I can. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Right. She posted 28 tweets. They all followed more or less the same format. We see you. Then there's reference to something that's happening in a particular place in KZN, almost all over the province, followed by the slogan Mandla, a fist, and so she says one need to look at the pattern here. Not all footage that she posted showed violence, but she testified the phrase "we see you," and here she differed with Darlene Mpofu that it's not just a translation of the Zulu greeting "Sawubona." She says on social media, in that context, it's got a very specific meaning. And that is to recognize, to show gratitude, and so forth. So, in the end, she testified that these posts of hers contributed to the violence at the time, although she never said for someone to go and do something.
Okay.
But she, yeah.
So what then did Emma Sadler, that's the social media expert, what did she say, as you said, in terms of the cross-examination? Because she would be the one, I mean, she comes from a legal background too, to ascertain whether, whoever says what on the Twitter or X platform, I mean, how literal should we take it, isn't it?
Well, that's when she said there are certain phrases and icons like that are common usage. And as we in our spoken language and written language have certain meanings attached to certain phrases, it's the same on social media. And that phrase, "we see you," given this context, she says, served as a stirred people up to go and do the same.
What happens next?
They've now finished with Sadler. The state is due to call a new witness tomorrow morning. Darlene Mpofu intimated that it might be the state's last witness, but I guess in the end we'll have to wait and see.
Okay.
The matter has been set down for 2 weeks.
I understand. Okay, Dries Liebenberg, SABC reporter covering the story of the trial of Duduzile Zuma Sambudline. For this moment in time, it's about the tweets and interpreting when is a tweet literal or not, as we've seen even with Elon Musk, by the way. This is the National Pulse.
X at SFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's pick out some of your comments. By the way, if you want to pick up on any of the comments around those tweets, and I'm talking about as per July 2021, feel free to do just that as well. There's further comments completely expectedly about life SED man, because it's certainly an issue that I know and you know has not gone away, and it's weighed down very, very heavily on society for a long time.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Ule here. In connection with the life SED case, I think it's long overdue. Some people must be held to account for what happened. They must account. Because now innocent people died, they lost their lives. And accused number one, according to me, must be the former MEC. I think her name is Kedani Mashango. That woman is so heartless. I'm telling you. Thank you.
Okay, but that one was played earlier. My apologies. Some things just do not delete. My apology for that. But yes, well, let the the law now take its course, right? Action will be taken now compared to before. So now we know.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, it's so sad to have such person like this young boy who is active. It's unfortunately he is active by the time the ANC is going down the train. It's over with the ANC. I feel sorry for this guy, young guy. The cadres has destroyed the ANC and they collapsed the country. We don't want ANC anymore in our lives. Thank you.
But you speak for yourself, like not for the whole nation. We don't want the ANC in our lives. Speak for yourself. Many, the majority, in fact, at this point in time, they are the party with the biggest support individually in the country, unless proven otherwise.
Afshat, speaking to Tsepo from Togoza. Afshat, you know what? ANC members and these ANC corrupt leaders that belong to jail, even including their leader, Ramaphosa, they must go and wear orange overall. DA must rule this country. We are tired of these thugs who are stealing our money all the time. When DA rule this country, the investors will come back and the people will get jobs. That's all. Thank you.
I like how you make pronouncements. They must. In fact, the DA will rule the country if the majority, 50+1, believes they are convinced enough in the DA leadership. Until then, it's your opinion.
Good afternoon, Mr. Atraf and your producer and all the listeners of SAFM. Mr. Atraf, I like to know what happened about the case of Mama Umapisa Ngakula. It's quiet now. I don't know what's going on. And also, I like to say this regard to Mr. Julius Malema. I don't think he will get more support when he's going to appeal in the magistrate court in East London, because it seems like he's supporting foreigners, and most of people of this country, they are tired about the Nigerians, people who sell the drugs for the young kids. So I don't think they will get more support as usually. That is my concern, Sia from Cape Town. Thank you.
Okay, Sia, you've made your point, and I'm sure we're going to get reaction from others on that one. Classy in Cape Town, go for it. What's your point?
Yeah, so Ashraf, I think you guys were talking about the life sensitive money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that the reason why you see this disparity between the new NPA and the old NPA, and I think I just want to also tie it back to the Majanga Commission. If you think about it, what Mokwenazi actually flagged around the 6th of July, it wasn't necessarily only like the top cops that were involved in all these corruptions and corrupt scenarios, but it kind of shows you that it's across the board, the entire system in how they look at cases. Because, I mean, I for one have cases where we've had an instance where someone actually took about 2.5 or 3 million rents from us. And, I mean, it's a straightforward case. We have all the evidence. But I promise you, it's been 3 years. They haven't really, the person who is tasked with actually charging the person and you know, sort of the, from a case representing the state has been taking so long. It's either this month they send you an SMS, the state puts say busy with this, or you call the state prosecutor.
So what do you deduce from that?
So all I can tell you is that the entire system is like literally not working. It is not working, and someone has to go and assess whether it's working or not. And I think people might actually blame Batohi to some extent, but I promise you, I once watched her interview. It was about 6 hours long, and I realized that the issue is not the problem sometimes. The issue is the system, how that entire system functions.
Well, I think, and many have said so. I think she herself said that they were completely under-resourced
yes,
when she joined in.
Like,
not that I'm back for, yeah.
Yeah, it's like asking someone, how do you get a new ID? You go to Home Affairs, you queue in a queue, you take pictures, you pay, you get a message, come and fetch your ID. But the NPA is not like that. It is not a system that you can practically explain to anyone, and no one in there can explain to you how that process actually works. Like literally no one.
Right.
And I think that's where the issue is.
Thank you for making your point, Lassie, in Cape Town. We go to Harry Smith now, sort of halfway between Joburg and Durban, right? Tokolo, hi. Yeah, good talking to you. Go for it. What's your point?
Yeah, good. Ashan, I just want to plead to those people who are always complaining about ANC. As you answered that guy who asked the previous caller before the one that when they say he's talking for himself, not the rest. We are going to vote for the ANC. If they don't want to vote for the ANC or like they hate ANC, they must just leave us and go and vote for the parties that they want. They must stop always telling the ANC, they saying ANC it's what. Yes, it's fine. They must go and vote whatever the party they like. They must leave ANC alone.
All right, you've made your point. You made your point. Okay, I think you made your point very, very strongly about it. They must leave them alone. Having said that, there are also people even within the ANC. They don't go through a day without knocking another party. They really do. I think many parties' followers are also opportunistic about pushing the other parties down. JCK in Musina, you're live. Hi.
Ashraf, a long time no speak, my friend.
I don't know why, but go for it. Bring us your ABCs, JCK. Yeah.
Ashraf, hey, I'm not surprised. This thing of Sergeant Safm Kofi vis-a-vis Matlanga, he even came to Musina where I stay and collected some files, dockets. I wonder, I should have met him because I'm always there by the police station attending things. You know, Ashraf, I was surprised. Why catching transit just say in the inner city of Joburg or outside the city? It takes 2 hours or 3 hours for police to respond. Which means those people of catching transit, they are working with people like Sergeant Fani. And Sergeant Fani can tell us more about hijacked buildings. Sergeant Kofi can tell us more about this, illegal mining. Who is the boss? Who's pulling the strings? Sergeant Kofi knows everything, and he's connected with those generals. I can't wait to hear from him.
Okay.
I can't wait to hear from him. Do you have something to say, Ashraf?
Well, they'll be back tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens. But I can voice your I don't know what's the right word, irritation or frustration, isn't it? Oh, JCK is gone. Frustration, irritation. All right, further thoughts. There's one on medical parole. Listen to that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf. Mbongo, Moisa, Sundisa. Mr. Ashraf, remember our former president, he was released on medical parole. So what happened then? Because I don't see him look sick. And then what about Shabir Sheikh? Also, he was on the terminal illness, about to die very soon. But I think it's more than decade. Nothing happens. So why are they gonna fix that law? Because I suspect this gentleman now who's supposed to go and testify in Madanga commission, he's also not sick, man. He's lying. They must get a second opinion. He doesn't want to go there. So, medical parole, it's around. It's coming very soon.
Listen, I heard what you said about Zuma and Shabir Sheikh, but you're talking about Suleiman Karim, right? Who is due to testify, I think, in the next couple of days. So the story is that he was hospitalized with what seems like a possible heart attack. It's not yet confirmed that it had a heart attack while gymming this morning. But now your point, you say, he's lying. You must get a second opinion. Maybe you should also get a second opinion. How do you determine right now, not 1 year later when you got the news like today, that he's lying? What happens if he's really sick? Then what? We can't just write people off Although some are suggesting it's linked, he doesn't want to testify, but you just really say he's lying.
You finished it, Bobby? Yeah, good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, I was watching the proceedings of bail application of this guy, Faninkosi. First thing that shocked me is that Faninkosi is 42 years or 44 years of age, which is, looks like, hey, do you want to tell me Faninkosi is younger than Brani Mokhotsi? But nonetheless, I found it very strange that this guy is earning 16,500 as he claimed, but he was found with money close to 380,000 in his safe. And the generals are in his pockets, or should I say he's got generals by the balls. Yeah. No, whatever motive this boy is using, the motive is very strong. Bob, Cape Town.
The motive. Today, we're getting callers all over the place talking about things that are all over the place. Sure. By the way, talking about funerals, Asha Bhosle, who I think she was a singer, actress, one of the legends in India, has passed away, and the crowds, just massive crowds there. It's all about perspective, isn't it? We know about American actors or singers, and then you get others in other parts of the world and you think, who are they? But like huge crowds. Think about that. 4:30. Here's the news headlines with Jolani.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines. A Bryanston-based property developer company, New Order Investments, that was allegedly involved in the recent building collapse incident in Omonde in the south of Johannesburg last month, allegedly owes the city of Johannesburg 19.5 million rand in electricity and rates arrears. The bail application of suspended organised crime unit member Sergeant Faninkosi will continue on the 20th of this month. The state has opposed his bail application, stating that the evidence against him clearly shows that he is involved in protecting criminals involved in serious and violent crimes. And finally, Iran has threatened to retaliate against a planned US blockade of its ports, which is due to start in the coming hours. Greg Host will have the details at 5 o'clock for SAFM News. I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, Joburg's Mike 1 still slow today from Melrose heading to Parktown. It's the earlier crash that happened involving a state vehicle just by Houghton Drive. So from Glenhove Road heading in towards that Parktown area, it all gets backed up. The N3 running south, the breakdown still with us by Modderfontein Road. Delays coming through from Limbro Park. And the N1 south from Rivonia, quite slow down to Winnie Mandela Drive. Also Malabongwe from Stratham Park across the highway out towards President Forshire. There's some quite heavy traffic on your way out towards North Riding if you're leaving the Randburg area this afternoon. Pretoria looking generally okay with the exception of Eskia and Pathleli. Big traffic leaving the city centre as you line up towards the Putco depot. Very slow on Eskia heading towards Montpellier Highway. Durban, the N3, still slow between Key Ridge and Cliffdale. On your way to Pietermaritzburg's a broken down vehicle that's causing a delay there. Cape Town, the M1 outbound, fairly heavy towards Old Oak Road. Bit of a different traffic pattern today. Looks like something's broken down or crashed at that Belleville exit. It's quite heavy as you come out of Cape Town all the way through in towards that Belleville area. And the M5 South currently sitting from the Kuba, get a change with pressure down as far as the exit to the N2. And a crash in the south at Strandfontein Road going southbound at the junction with Spine Road. Delays back towards Ottery. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right to me, who's who in the women's cricket team?
Well, South Africa's women's national cricket team selectors have included uncapped Titans wicketkeeper batter Tebogo Matjeke in the squad for the upcoming 5-match T20 series against India's women's national cricket team. Matjeke replaces Karabo Mesu, who has been ruled out with a wrist injury. In the only other change, Titans all-rounder Elise Marie Marks returns to the squad, taking the place of Sima Masabata Klaas. Top order batter Anneke Bosch keeps her place after stepping stepping in during the recent tour of New Zealand, while experienced all-rounder Marizanne Kapp remains unavailable as she continues recovering from illnesses. In terms of rugby, Blitzbach forward David Britt says that he is eager to test the hype around the HSBC Sevens, Hong Kong Sevens, widely regarded as the best in the world. The 28-year-old, making his first appearance at the tournament, admitted that nothing beats the Cape Town Sevens in his eyes, but he is keeping an open mind as the Blitzboks chase victory in the Far East with pool matches against Uruguay, Spain and Argentina. Britt stressed the importance of focusing on the opening clash. In terms of football, Kaizer Chiefs have for the first time this season registered 4 wins in a row in the Betway Premiership, and co-coach Cedric Kaze says that the consistency in lineup, boosted by players returning from injuries, has played a big part in this turnaround. Kaze was speaking after a convincing 2-0 win over struggling TS Galaxy at FNB Stadium yesterday, a game also interrupted by lightning.
Because the consistency in the result as well comes obviously with the consistency in performances and the consistency as well in the lineup. I am the first to understand why we struggled a few weeks ago again when we had like 3 or 4 defeats in a row. It was a very unfortunate situation where we had so many injuries that you couldn't keep the same lineup for 1 or 2 games. But even today you saw that Ox is coming back as well, and Miguel and Given has played 2 consecutive games. Now the players that were injured are coming back, which creates a more competition at training. Sele is there waiting as well for his chance, and everyone is pulling. Mayo as well is back. Everyone is pulling in the same direction, and to have a better and wider choices makes the team better too.
Then in swimming South Africa high performance manager Dean Price has predicted a thrilling week of racing at the SA Senior National Swimming Championships in Gqeberha, with Commonwealth Games and Pan-Pacific Games selection on the line. Price says that this year's nationals will see a rare 100% turnaround of the country's elite swimmers. He believes that the competition will be fierce, with 3 or 4 athletes now vying for top spot in each event rather than just one dominant name. Price added that the Pan-Pacific Games will serve as vital preparations for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles, helping swimmers acclimatize to conditions in the United States. The nationals are going to run from the 14th to the 18th of April at Newton Park Swimming Pool. Well, that's it. It's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Tumi. I'll hold you to that 1 hour from now.
Last year, the Proteas women were runners-up in the final of the ICC ODI World Cup against India in front of 1 billion cheering Indian fans.
The new champions of the world, India.
Now Laura and her team take them on home ground with your unwavering support behind them. Watch this unmissable T20 International Series versus India live this April with 2 games in Durban, 2 in Joburg and 1 in Benoni. Let's get behind the Proteas. Tickets are selling fast. Book today at cricket.co.za. Dare to be unbreakable.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Mandlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, we have an update from Sirius Real Estate, and to provide with all that information, here's Makwe Masilela.
Yes, Ashraf, these are the guys who own and operate branded business and industrial parks in Germany and the UK, and the rent roll was up 18.4%, driven by a combination of continued asset buying and strong demand for their space. In Germany, more move-outs were offset by pricing gains or renewals. In UK, after Chancellor Atom's statement, certainty was restored in the market, and metrics are now showing a catch-up. And oil surged while stocks and bonds fell after Trump ordered a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, heightening tensions with Iran following the collapse of the weekend peace talks. The US dollar, which has been a haven of choice since the Middle East conflict began, strengthened against its peers. Hence, the rand is falling, and also weaker commodity prices not helping the situation. Threats of escalation are denting sentiments as well, and the ongoing conflict creates a dual challenge of surging inflation and slowing economic growth. But market participants retain some guarded optimism that a resolution can still be reached and limit the broader impact of the conflict. Yellow metal falling at the back of a stronger dollar, which is seen as a preferred safe haven asset, also dented by bets that interest rates will stay higher for longer. Gold is down 0.6% at 4,722. Platinum down 1.6% at 2,031. Oil prices heating up as the Middle East conflict doesn't show any signs of short-term de-escalation. Brent crude is up 5% at $100 a barrel. Ashraf, the U.S. began with the blockade of Strait of Hormuz, and global markets, though they're down, they're cautiously resilient, with the JSE just down 0.6%, and the rand fell 0.6% against the dollar, 16.49, 22.18 against the pound, and 19.30 against the euro.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Makwe. We'll catch up tomorrow, 6 to 7 tonight, an hour of the markets. Don't miss that.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
There's been developments regarding the Lily Mine drama, and there's a picket around that which we'll get to just in a moment. In the meantime, there's you. I need to talk to you because you're on the pulse, aren't you? Michael, hi.
Yes, how are you, Ashraf?
Yeah, good to talk to you, Michael. Thanks. What's your point?
Then you found out this from me. What's happened now to Gordon Hill-Lewis since now he's been elected as a leadership? Does he vacate the mayorship? Does he get sworn into parliament? Does he give any ministerial position? Because I'm not sure whether he's going to go back as a mayor and then as a leader. So what are the dynamics over there?
Interesting point. I thought about it just now. So clearly it has not come through in any of the conversations and the interviews that I've seen or watched overnight and today.
Because I don't think you're elected as a leader, then you go back and sit in the mayor's office. And already there are people who want this position at the mayor's level. So the least they can do is to identify one member taken off from cabinet and put him through as a member of parliament, so that when the opportunity comes, he doesn't get elected as a minister of DA or whatever. But for now, I don't know how those dynamics are going to be managed, because you can't be a mayor and be a leader. No.
Shame, man. He's so busy. What is he going to do earning all that money if you do 2-3 jobs? No, I mean, I get your point. Michael, I get your point. But I mean, clearly, logically, he shouldn't. I mean, even in today's interviews, he said he's campaigning now in Gauteng. He was in Pretoria, some parts of that, Laudium as well, and others. So there's no way he can do that.
Yeah. Assuming national office.
Yeah. Well, there you are. and yet to meet the president or trying to do that. In fact, who would you? Thanks for that, Michael. So, if you're from Cape Town specifically, there's been this ongoing conversation right now around who should be the mayor of Joburg, and Helen Zille is now in Joburg, living in Joburg, campaigning in advance to become the mayor of that city, that broken city. So, who should be the mayor of Cape Town? If not Jordan Hill-Lewis, who should replace him? Who would you want to replace him? Nakedi in Ceres, beautiful part of the world, I think, cold, with orange juice comes to mind. Nakedi, hi.
How are you, Mr. Ashraf?
I'm good indeed. How is it? Just call me Ashraf, no Mr., because I'm not going to call you Mr., so just go for it, yeah.
I'm sorry, there's the problem of the African.
Ashraf's fine, absolutely.
Okay. Listen, I want to talk about Madlanga.
Yeah.
What's going to happen when Madlanga is finished, the year of Madlanga?
When you say what's going to happen, what do you mean?
I mean, what's going to happen to those people that they've been talking about the wrong things, whatever that they did, what's going to happen?
Well, look, I mean, from what we do know, there's always if they have to process, well, first of all, recommendations have to be made by the Madlanga Commission to the president. Then the president must decide whether they're going to prosecute from that office. And if they take that position, that's a whole completely different trial. This at the moment,
so it's going to be like Zondo Commission.
Maybe the Madlanga Commission is not a trial, right? So
I just think maybe it's the right time. Maybe we can recall all the police, or we can shift the people from Joburg, especially the police people, to Cape Town, and Cape Town to Polokwane. We all shift it every month. Do you think it's possible to do that?
Well, look, I think, that is the prerogative of the president. Clearly, he's not done that, as you know. On the other hand, you also know that there are people now, when they are becoming or implicated to a degree, they're falling by the wayside. That means there's pressure on them to step, if not step aside, step down, or if not step down, step aside for now. So who knows? Things are changing, Nakedi. Thanks for that call. Bongi Nkosi in the Western Cape. Let's talk about the DA. Hi.
Hey, good afternoon, Ashraf.
Good afternoon. Who do you want to be a mayor of your city?
No, well, I just want to answer that guy who was asking that question quickly, because Jordan made it very clear that he still has unfinished business in the city of Cape Town.
Yeah.
So he'll continue to be the mayor and be the leader of the DA. And it's nothing new. I mean, Helen Zille was the leader of the DA and the mayor of Cape Town. So it shouldn't be an issue, because, DA has elected the leadership, not just the leader. So when it comes to the work that needs to be done to campaign across the country, you have, a number of leaders that have been elected that will complement the leader. So, yeah.
And I mean, you do agree that I'm not discussing whether I like Jordan Hill-Lewis or I like the DA or their policies. That's not even a conversation. But they do realize that him performing well at Cape Town level is a shop window at national level. There's no question about it. And they probably can't risk that, isn't it? Even in the next 6 months of a local municipal election, they can't risk losing momentum in Cape Town because of the momentum of the shop window factor, isn't it?
No, absolutely, Ashraf. I think that's exactly the point that he made, is that our strength nationally depends on our strength at local level and provincial level. And therefore, we mustn't lose sight of that fact. And that's why it's going to be very, very important that come these local government elections, because we're already in 2026, we've got to really make sure that we expand our horizon. I must also confess that I'm a DA member. We need to expand our horizon, make sure that we get as many people as possible to rally behind the DA, and use this as a launching pad for us to be, a bigger party come 2029.
Okay, listen, I'm just teasing, but when someone said that a long time ago, I must confess I'm a DA member, I remember the host saying, "You are forgiven, my son." But anyway, let me not go there. I'm teasing you. Thank you. Much appreciate your call. Willie Nkuma, hi. No, in fact, sorry, let's get to Durban firstly. Dr. Zani, hi.
Hi, Ashraf. Ashraf, I want to ask, where the Hawks, it seems as if the Hawks have a bad flu, the Hawks, the elite crime unit. I'm seeing as if the police have reached their backup, that the Hawks have been dead and buried. I was expecting that they will do so. They've done something about the people that were trafficked to Russia under false, it's a straight and forward case. I haven't heard anything that's really have been interviewed or any other people. These arrests, where are they?
So you're saying they're not doing? Are you saying they're not doing their job, according to you?
Yes, they're sleeping on the job.
Okay.
They're really sleeping. How come that we have to rely on the PKTT, the NIU? Yet we have our FBI. Our own FBI is just dead and buried.
Okay, got that. You've made your point very strongly. Let's see about this. Do you think, what about the Hawks? What do you rate the Hawks in terms of their work? Great work or sleeping on the job, as has been, suggested? Willie in Kuma. Hi, Willie. Willie, you're live now. Willie? No? Okay, we'll get to Willie just now. There's been comment about, that person, Suleiman Karim, right?
Ashraf, good afternoon. I need to comment on this program, the favorite program, the program of the year, the Matlanga Commission. Just imagine, Suleiman Karim is supposed to appear before the commission on Thursday, and coincidentally, he suffers a stroke or something like that. Oh, it's becoming interesting. He knew definitely that he's destined for behind the bars. It's becoming interesting. Thank you.
Sure. Some may challenge that again, like the other. You're making it absolute, like you know what's happened. Having said that, you sound like a promo for Days of Our Lives. Like you got it all. You need to listen. This is becoming interesting. Willie and Kuma, hi. Willie? No, we seem to be losing. We're not connecting.
Hello, Ashraf.
Yeah, Willie, I thought you're gone. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm responding to your response to the who is putting the blame at the door of Shamina Batoui, as far as it is immediate there. So I am on that point as well, Ashraf, because we said maybe the delays were unknown to us. Maybe there were some delays why Shamina Batoui did not act decisively on that case. And then I'm saying, yes, the box stops with Shamina Batoui, Ashraf.
Yeah, so you're saying you accept there could be processes that undermine people doing their work.
Look Ashraf, let's not sweep some stuff under the carpet. Let's be realistic. 90% of the callers would feel that, yes, Shamina Batoui must have long acted on this issue, that the arrest or whatever must have taken place. The family is mourning as we speak. We've heard that lady. So Shamina Batoui is to blame once and for all. What do you say? Who else? Because she received the money from German, I remember. It's a money, the resources from German.
Okay, you made your point strongly so as well to say, by the way, take a closer look at that, right? So here's one about the African National Congress.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, David here in Flexdorp. People who think they own ANC, you know, problem of people who are calling themselves ANC members, who are acting like they are owning everything. They will all the time feel so insulted as if we are personal to them. ANC is an organization. Even our forefathers, they were members of ANC. So any member, any person can say anything about ANC. Whether you like it or not, ANC is not somebody's organization. It's organization for everyone. So next time, I think you need just to be professional and keep quiet. Thank you, Ashraf.
Well, I mean, the truth is the ANC belongs to everyone and belongs to no one. It belongs to party members on the one end, and then people who vote for them. And sometimes people vote for them and they choose not to vote for them the next time. That actually applies to every political party.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Hey. So Uncle Shabir Sheikh has set a precedence, and now the generation is following. So he's too sick to stand for Madlanga Commission. He thought even old man Jacob Zuma is out of jail. So Suleiman also is sick. Yeah, this is an old trick.
So you're writing it off. You think it cannot be true. I don't know. I mean, look, listen, I don't know him personally, not at all. But I am saying this much. When there's a story that he's had a suspected heart attack, at this point in time, right now, do you just dismiss it completely? Like, no, man. It's just nonsense. It's just lying. Like, how do we do that? There are processes to follow. I mean, imagine if it's true. Then what? And you also hope he doesn't have a heart attack. But imagine if people are ill, then what? Right. Let me tell you, you can get some of the podcasts up on the show. Go to safm.co.za. We often post them there as well. There are many people also commenting. And here's one on Kareem from Naveen. Very simply, Ashraf, Kareem and the doctor are lying. Or actually he got a heart attack. As a cynical observer, the question is one of coincidence. The heart attack very close to the next appearance. In South Africa, many a crook suddenly gets sick. So please forgive my somewhat callous observation from Naveen. Yeah, and listen, I mean, I hear you that many others who agree with your sentiments as well. I'm just saying, do we just write it off as just opportunistic lies, or do we think, hey, yes, it is the same week. I think there's no doubt about that. But is there more to it than that we need to know? I'll pick up further calls from you, by the way, and you can call in live, as always, wherever you may be in the country. In fact, where are you listening from? Are you listening from a very overcast, cloudy Gauteng, or are you in sunny parts of the country, wherever you are? Call in, let me know. Someone called in, messaged me, had a good laugh about my name. Listen, sometimes I get names wrong. Let me just put it that way. But this person messaged to say, Ashraf, in the space of like 5 minutes, there's like 5 different pronunciations of your name, from Ashraf, which is correct, to Ashvad, Ashdaf, Afrash, the whole lot. And as you know, I don't correct them because, like, really does it matter? I know what they're trying to say. Like, it's not a big deal, man. But just for the record, the way to do it is, it's Ash, like Ash, A-S-H, okay? And then R-A-F. So if you think of Ashraf, A-S-H-R-A-F, but Ashraf, but you don't pronounce Raf, like, or Ash, you say Ashraf, like a U, Ashraf. Hopefully you got that. Hey, but if you don't, no big deal at all. I think the conversation is a lot more important. More to come on the National Pulse.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Did you listen to the conversation I had with Zahira Marti earlier from Think Ligrish? But she spoke about this trip to Kenya, to Mount Kilimanjaro, in fact, called Peak to Purpose. Very fascinating, around trying to raise $250,000 for the Kakuma refugee camp. Have you been touched by that? The other one is, you see, Elon Musk, really, he's had a day and a half, eh? So someone tweeted, called Amuse, by the way, in 1994, South Africa replaced one racialized system with another, resulting in a stagnant economy, and then making a whole lot of claims, right? And saying the clearest example is its treatment of its native-born son, Elon Musk, who cannot operate his own business in the country unless he gives a third of it to a black man. And then Elon Musk, rather, quote tweeted saying true. And then Prof. Maronsela replied saying, simply not true, Mr. Musk. It's improper to use this platform you own for disinformation. A lie, no matter how many times it gets repeated, remains a lie. Your own LLM understands and recommends restitutive remedial measures to address structural disadvantages as a result of past legalized discrimination. And then she goes on to say, additionally, laws such as BE equally apply to black companies such as Royal Bafokeng, which, though owned by a biologically black community, found itself not sufficiently black empowered and worse off than majority white-owned companies a few years back. To understand reparative justice, check out my concept of the rigged monopoly game. I thought that was interesting coming from Prof. Tuli Manonsela. But listen, Elon Musk has had a field day or two saying a whole lot of things and using expletives directed towards Clayson Monyela from Durko in South Africa. More on Suleiman Karim.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Suleiman Karim has been put under intense pressure. You know, he was subject to so much of pressure that his body couldn't take it. Now, that man is a very sick man. You know, to be put into Millpark Hospital, and if you look at all the medical treatment that people have to go through, you can't really lie about your medical condition because medical science is very advanced, and Suleiman Karim is a very sick man, and he should be in peace so recover so that he can be less stressful and get better.
Okay, but you sound like you've also got the whole story completely worked out. I mean, we do know he's been hospitalized. We do know there's a suspected heart attack. That we know. But the rest of it, like, yes, I think there needs to be, one has to hold on before pronouncing like he's talking nonsense. But you also sound like you know he's a very sick man. It's because of the pressure. Like, how do you know that? He was gymming this morning. I'm just saying, what would be the causes? You don't really know, do you? Greg House has the news. He knows it all.
Thank you, Ashraf. Well, we can only try. Company involved in building collapse owes millions in testimony in Zuma Sambudla case. Good day to you. A Gauteng-based property development company, New Order Investments, that was allegedly involved in the recent building collapse incident in Almonde, south of Johannesburg, allegedly owes the city of Johannesburg 19.5 million rand in electricity and rates arrears. The two-storey building, which was under construction at the time, partially collapsed last month, killing 9 workers. City manager Floyd Brunk.
The same company where that building collapsed about a month or so ago where 9 people died, we can confirm that it's got more than one property in the Monde area. So this particular operation, it's the Lakewood Hotel. We can confirm that at this particular point we cannot trace the building plans, which gives us a problem with regard to building control and our building regulations. At the same time, we can also indicate to you the level of non-compliance is high. We don't have a clear water meter for this particular property, and it does seem that the water source for this property, they are tapping into another property which also belongs to them.
Brunk says the city will conduct a forensic probe, which will take about 2 weeks.
There's also issues of outstanding electricity for the building here as well, to the tune of around 8.5 million, and also encroachment into government land on the pavement area. So we will be taking a decision to close off the building for today. The level of lawlessness for this company, it has now brought me to a point where we're going to do a clear forensic investigation on the company, and we will be decisive in our approach because we do assume that they might be working with some of our officials also on the inside. The company's name is New Order Investments. We believe that based on our records, it's more than at least 28 buildings or properties in this particular area.
The bail application of suspended police organised crime unit member Sergeant Fanny Nkosi will continue next week. He's appeared in the Pretoria North Magistrates Court after being arrested by the police's Matlanga task team following a raid at his home in Pretoria North. He faces charges of theft, defeating the ends of justice and unlawful possession of ammunition and explosives. Nkosi testified at the Matlanga Commission about his alleged links to alleged criminal cartel members Vuzamuzi Kat Matlala and Katiso KT Molefe. State prosecutor Tolwane Sekonyana says they're opposing his bail application.
The applicant has shielded serious criminals who are involved in violent crimes like cash and transit, robbery, and with aggravating circumstances, instead of bringing them to court to account for the alleged wrongdoing. It will be a serious miscarriage of justice to afford bail to this applicant. With this kind of character, as clearly demonstrated above, there is a real likelihood that the applicant will attempt to frustrate or interfere with investigations against him. The evidence demonstrates that the applicant is not working alone in defeating and obstructing the course of justice, but is assisted by other officers who are not suspended from the SAPS. Should he be released on bail, he will continue in defeating and obstructing the further investigation on this matter.
Series of social media posts by Duduzile Zuma-Sambudla during the 2021 looting and unrest contributed to the violence, according to social media expert Emma Sadler, who's testifying in the Durban High Court. She's giving evidence in the trial of the daughter of former President Jacob Zuma, who's facing charges of incitement to violence and sedition. The court heard that Zuma-Sambudla, described as an influencer, posted 28 tweets over a 36-hour period during the unrest. Sadler testified that the posts had a far greater impact than thousands of posts made by an ordinary individual. She further told the court that the format and tones of the tweets amounted to a call to action, encouraging others to replicate the action shown in footage shared in her social media posts. Iran has threatened to retaliate against a planned US blockade of its ports, which is due to start shortly in the Strait of Hormuz. The BBC's James Landale has more.
Ahead of the blockade, 2 tankers linked to Iran reportedly slipped out of the Gulf during the morning. An Iranian military spokesman told state media the US restrictions were a case of piracy. He said if the security of Iranian ports were threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf or the Gulf of Oman would be safe. China's foreign ministry spokesman called for calm and said it was in the interests of the international community to keep the strait open.
Top story, a Gauteng-based property development company allegedly involved in the recent building collapse in Omonde, south of Johannesburg, allegedly owes the city more than 19 million rand in electricity and rates arrears. That's SAFM News, I'm Greg Hus.
In sports, the South Kukuni United sack Eric Tinkler. SASCOC launches Olympic Foundation and new faces in Proteas women's squad for T20 series against India. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Joburg's N3 really heaving along. There are 4 broken down vehicles between Buccleuch Interchange and the cement factory. The first one at Marlborough, then another one at Modderfontein, another one just past Galulis, and another one going into Heldenace Interchange. N3 is heavy today. Buccleuch Interchange right through to that Heldenace down towards cement factory. The Mike 1 South, an earlier collision involving a SAPS vehicle today at Houghton Drive, still causing a big backlog if you come out of Sandton. That run down to Parktown, very heavy as a result of that. N1 South looking fairly busy from Buccleuch all the way through to about Old Joburg Road today, and Eskia and Pathvalley out of Pretoria CBD up through Marabastad on your way towards Putco Depot. Very heavy backlogging going on there as well. Now Durban, we had a breakdown earlier today. It was stuck there in the usual place at Cliffdale. Let's just zoom in and get a look at that. Yeah, it's clear. That's the good news. The bad news is if you're coming out of Durban on the M3, you're going to sit from Sherwood down towards Pavilion Mall. That run outbound through Spaghetti, very slow. But once you get past Spaghetti Junction, eases up quite nicely. Now, if you're on your way to Durban, there's a backlog, breakdown around Ashburton, so leaving Pietermaritzburg, that's slow. And there's more traffic around the Hammersdale area, again, on your way to Durban, looking very slow there. Cape Town today, N1 outbound, heavy from the elevated freeway out towards Kubo Interchange, and a crash on Spine Road, or Strandfontein Road, at Spine Road, Strandfontein Road from Ottery through Pelican Park, on your way to Strandfontein, very heavy. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So not quite now, but later on we'll chat to Pakamile Hlube Majola. Really interesting piece she's put together, that unions have no time to lose in seeking AI guarantees. And the gist of that, I think, is that people believe that AI is doing so much, it's going to take everybody's jobs. So what should the unions be doing? It's an area that I certainly have good interest in. We'll also talk about the Lily Mine picket as well coming up just now. But what about the DA Congress? What did you pick out of that Congress, and where does the DA go from here? We'll chat to Professor Andre Duvenaga in a moment. This is the National Pulse. Welcome to the show, and thanks for listening in.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Now, you see, this one may be true from Mtunzi saying, Karim has been fighting tooth and nail not to appear at the Madlanga Commission, behaving like a child that's about to be given castor oil, putting all sorts of stunts. Look, that we've heard, we've seen that, right? Whether that links to the heart attack or suspected heart attack, I don't know. Okay, let's talk about the DA. So, by the way, as you're listening in and I chat to Professor Andre Duvenacher, what do you make of the DA Congress? I suppose for me, the ultimate question is not who's leading, because I think it is a given that Jordan Hill-Lewis was going to get the nod, and convincingly so, and all the other deputies and Congress leaders and whatever you. But the bigger, broader issue on a day where they achieve huge media coverage, and understandably so, is what they said convincing enough for you to listen to them to say, maybe that's a party I'm going to vote for, especially in this local election coming up at the end of the year? Because at the end of the day, whatever Jordan Hill-Lewis has said on radio, and he was on SAFM this morning, as well as on TV on different platforms, he must have you in mind. How can he convince you, and how can he convince me to give him his vote? So did that happen? And they can do so not just by the leaders they elect, but also by the policies that they implement, or how they come across in terms of what they've already done. With me, Professor Andre Duvenacher, who is a political analyst. Appreciate your time, Prof. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening, Ashraf. Nice talking to you again.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Right. So for you, firstly, maybe let's start with that last point, right? And I'm not talking about you personally, but did the DA come across using this Congress as a massive shop window that was able to convince many South Africans who did not vote for them to actually give them a serious chance?
Well, Ashraf, first I must clarify my own position. I am not part of any political party and no affiliation. As an academic, I try to assess it objective in terms of my own normative values. But a television group asked me to attend at the Gallagher Estate, and I was attending that conference for the 2 days. And I must tell you, it was a huge experience, and I'm now really objective. It was extremely well organized. It was extremely effective. To give you one indication, they dealt with 58 amendments of their constitution within a time span of less than 2 hours, where they take decisions in terms of voting. And remember, we are talking about the biggest conference in their history. That's more than 2,000 people. And it was most impressive listening to the speeches of the majority of people. It was of a high quality, of a high standard. The message that came through was the plan is to develop the DA to the level where it can start governing the country as the leading party. They argued consistently. They were in opposition successfully. They did govern. They was part of the government of national unity, but now it's time to take on a leadership role. And Gordon Hill-Lewis committed him to lift the party to that level. And in another conversation, I was part of that with Tony Leon, he said for them to take that role, they need an additional 10 percentage points to reach that. Your question about the convincing nature of the conference, yes, I think it was convincing. They are serious about addressing the issues of ordinary South Africans. It was the most representative group I have seen in politics in my lifetime. There was really people of all color there, and also representative in terms of the elections that took place. The only exception in this regard may be that of the 8-9 that they choose, there was only one woman. But if you look at the attendance, there were a lot of women, so it was women voting for men in this regard. So in that sense, I believe it was a success.
I still, and that's my own analysis, I'm seeing a number of risks for the Democratic Alliance. The biggest risk, I think, is identity politics, because we are entering a phase of instability, not only in South Africa, but throughout the world, and this is a natural environment that lead to forms of identity politics. I can pick it up to the, let's say, more conservative Afrikaner side, reacting to John Steenhuisen and what he did with agriculture, the so-called colored vote growing the line of the Patriotic Alliance, and then the radical group within the ANC that is linking with the EFF and the MK party with a black identity focus. So this is their biggest risk, I believe. But they told me they have a plan to lift their support base to 30%. My assessment is they are between 20 and 25%, probably closer to 20 than 25.
But I mean, that would be where they are right now. In fact, it will be a slight drop-off, although it's local government election we're talking about, which then would suggest, in fact, the party is not growing.
Well, we must take into consideration they came through a difficult spot with all this dynamics playing itself out. There were a number of surveys indicating that the support base is higher and that it's closer to 30%. But there's an interesting aspect of the South African political constituency you need to take into consideration. The DA support base in the metropoles and in the urban areas are higher than in the rural areas. Mm-hmm. And they made specifically plans to organize and mobilize support in the rural areas. If I can quote Helen Zille indirectly, I believe her argument is that the party is currently on 24%. Tony Leon, in the interview we had, also said that the growing support is start flattening off and it's at a plateau at the moment. I think that is correct. But what I also could see is that they are building momentum towards something else.
Okay.
And this I'm not picking up within the ANC. The opposite is true.
Yeah, many has been said about it. Okay, so very, very quickly, three key points here to consider, right? They've got their 4-point plan. It's amazing they only stop at 4. Normally it's a 5-point plan or a 10-point plan. What do you make of their 4-point plan?
Well, I love the starting point, and that is in line with my own assessment. You cannot do anything if you are not creating law and order in this country. And we need to establish law and order, recreate the state, get the criminal justice system to function. And if you have that level, then you can build to the other levels of, for example, economic growth, investment, infrastructural development, and attain all these other goals. But the point is making South Africa work. And that were their main strategy and goal. But I like the starting point, because any state should start at the point of law and order, not at the point of chaos and instability. So I think strategically they are absolutely right. And then on basis of that, you can build towards the other goals of economic development, of social welfare, working in terms of the general interest of people, the marginalized, etc.
But here's the point. The other one for the DA to grow, and clearly they see an opportunity, as anybody would see, of a falling, not failing, a falling ANC. They must understand where can the new potential voters come from, and it may not come from the MK party or the EFF, for example, right? Then should their policies be repositioned to be able to draw on that bigger support? As you say, there's identity politics at play, but how do they convince ANC members? They also quoted others like Musi Maimane, for example, and other minority parties. How are they able to draw on all of that without losing the current core that they have? Does that come through?
That is absolutely one of the main challenges for the party. How to keep your old constituency and build on that constituency towards the next level. And I must tell you, in terms of their policy proposals, there was definitely a shift in their policies. I would like to say it's a shift rather deeper into the center, tending towards maybe even the left in some ways. I can see some comparisons between ANC policies and DA policies, but the big difference is the way they want to implement it, or the strategic aspect with regard to the policies.
Okay.
But fact of the matter is that the only point they can really score, I believe, is in your urban metropole areas where the ANC are experiencing a huge decline in support. But unfortunately for them, I have also seen studies indicating among specifically black supporters that although they are dissatisfied with the ANC, it's not an automatic vote for the Democratic Alliance. They will rather go the way of political apathy, or maybe choose a EFF, or maybe even an MK option or Action South Africa, or whatever party. So this is going to be a huge competition. And I believe they have their strategies, but at the end of the day, they must still convince me that they can break through that ceiling, that glass ceiling of 25%, which I believe is critical for them to become a more important role player in South Africa.
Okay, let's end with this. I mean, you have policies, but they're also driven by leaders, and whether it's a Nelson Mandela or an F.W. de Klerk, or right now we're talking about Jordan Hill Lewis or Helen Zille or others too, right? That leader is important. So how has Jordan Hill Lewis come across, particularly since he's been elected the leader of the party? And as you answer that, because that's the last thing I'll ask you, what role would the silent leader play, in inverted commas, and that is Helen Zille?
Okay. First, if we look at Gordon Hill Lewis, he started off as a student that organized DASU, the Democratic Alliance Student Organization, to the point where they win an election at one of the universities in the Western Cape. And from there, he became the head of staff of Musi Maimane, and I think he was also close to Helen Zille. And he was, according to my understanding, one of the youngest members of Parliament. And at the moment, at age 39, he's already the leader of the Democratic Alliance. Now, for a politician, 39 years young is very young. I must tell you that. So we are talking about a person that is very competent, that has an approach to people that is appealing. And I must tell you what I heard around people saying is that he won with a 90% vote against his opponent. So I think there's a strong belief among the DA members that he is the right person to take the DA forward, and he also had a success story in terms of the city of Cape Town.
Okay,
so they believe they have to.
Yeah.
Helen Zille, I met her in person, I talked to her there. Helen Zille is Helen Zille. She's out as the head of administration, the chair of the Federal Committee or whatever. And but I believe she will still have an influence behind the scenes. And I read it as a bit of, let's call it English conservatism. And these role players, the Tony Leons, the Helen Zilles, and these people are the type of people that will always play a role in the background, give advice, directing the leaders. And I saw the process as very open, that the relationship among the leaders were very positive. Even John Steenhuisen, despite everything that happened to him over the past month, was positive about the DA and positive about the leadership.
Okay, and the question is that leadership in the background, that influence in the background, how much of an influence really does it have? Is it good for the DA? Is it good for South Africa? Appreciate your time, Professor Andre Duvenage. Lots to consider from that conversation here. That's why you connect to the National Pulse.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
So what do you make of Elon Musk?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I just want to share my thoughts in regards to Elon Musk's tweet. Ashraf, I went to go read it for myself. I was hearing you speak about it. I went to go read it myself, and I just don't understand what is Elon Musk's problem with South Africa. Because he has family here. His biological father, resides in the province of Western Cape, there in a beautiful town called Langebaan, a beautiful small town called Langebaan, peaceful town. His father resides there in peace, but he acts like South Africa is some kind of Sodom and Gomorrah of some sort. And yes, he has family in the great state of Texas, right, in the U.S. His father goes and visits him there in the U.S., but he has family here in South Africa. I don't understand what is his hate towards South Africa. Daniel here in Bryanston.
Well, look, I mean, for someone who, who's essentially a businessman and a very, very bright businessman, I mean, let's get that it's understandable he may want to expand his business empire to South Africa with regard to Starlink. And we're not budging in terms of shifting things, but he's going on like nobody else. No other American company has invested in this country under the same rules. Everybody else has done so. But at some stage, in business, you walk away if you find these are not the people you want to deal with. For someone who is so angry with this country and its people and its leadership, he is obsessed about talking with this country, about South Africa. You just wonder, what would it be? Someone said cynically, this is just an attempt to destabilize South Africa. And you think that's far-fetched. Go and look what's happening around the world. Start with Iran. That's a comment I heard over the weekend. So who knows, right? Okay, let's talk about the Lily Mine story. Action SA members and former employees of the Lily Mine picketed at the site of the Lily Mine, reigniting public attention on the long-standing tragedy and calls for accountability. Now, the demonstration highlights renewed pressure on authorities and mining stakeholders to resolve outstanding issues, including justice for the affected families and the recovery of those still unaccounted for, would you believe, 10 years later. With me is Action SA's Mpumalanga Constituency Officer, Harry Mazibuko. Harry, appreciate you joining us here on the National Pulse.
Yes, a very good afternoon to you and the listeners as well. But before maybe we proceed, we must clear something out. Today, it was not the Action SA's initiative. It was a collective of the community and the former employees.
Okay, point taken, right? But anyway, having said that, Action SA were there and played a role.
Yes, Action SA, it played a role, but today, you see, it's a community initiative, like I've said. Like myself, yes, I'm a member of Action SA and some other employees, like others are in other political parties. So today it was a collective initiative by the former employees and the community members to go inside the mine because last week, Thursday, there was a creditors meeting. And then what transpired there is that two business people, the CEO of Vantage and the CEO of Akomanzi, Mr. Neil Herrick, they were against the plan of Lions Bay because the plan was that this week they are going to pay the former employees. So CEO of Akomanzi and Vantage, they were standing on the way of that progress, and then they proposed that the meeting be postponed. So because us been waiting for the past 10 years, we decided that no, we must find a way to put pressure so that these people, they must stop this hide and seek. So we engaged that we are going to invade the mine today to demand as far as the minister as intervention. So fortunately, this morning before 6 o'clock, I've been told that they had an agreement during midnight, around 1 o'clock this morning, that no arguments, they now agreed that Lions Bay can continue paying the people. That is why now we are from a meeting to deal with those logistics that will commence as from tomorrow.
And I mean, how do you see the outcomes of this ongoing saga playing out?
Yes, my understanding, being in this whole issue for many, many years, is that we've been failed by our government, because it cannot be that business people, they do as it pleases with South Africans, you see. Because to be fair, to be quite frankly honest, is that the money is here, there is money, there is a plan, the expertise we have within the country, but 10 years later still we can't do it.
Okay, is there anything just finally that came out with people picketing in terms of, potential concessions and what may happen next?
Yes, we'll hear, because it's a project of many faces. So now from the meeting, according to Mr. Lloyd Barrell, the CEO of Lions Bay, said now the next step after paying the employees is for DMRE for a Section 11 approval, of which they present. We'll wait for the minister to approve, because without a Section 11, you cannot continue with the process of retrieving the container and reopening of the mines.
Okay, got that. That's where we can leave it. Harry Mazibuko, Action SA's Mpumalanga constituency officer, but making the point this was not an Action SA picket. Points noted. 5:30. Here's the news headlines with Greg.
Quick look at the headlines. A social media expert has told the Durban High Court that Duduzile Zuma Sambudla at times expressed appreciation in social media posts in relation to acts of violence during the 2021 unrest. The property development company allegedly involved in the recent building collapse incident in Omonde, south of Johannesburg, allegedly owes the city more than 19 million rand in electricity and rates arrears. And the internationally acclaimed musical group Ladysmith Black Mambazo has been forced to cut short its tour in the US following the death of co-founder Albert Mazibuko. There'll be a full update at 6 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We'll get some rain arriving at the Gauteng province just to disrupt the back end of this afternoon's rush hour. It was bad this morning, and it's going to be a bit tricky this afternoon as that rain comes down again. Highways are busy today. The Mike 1 from Sandton all the way down to Boyson's jam-packed. The N1 from Buccleuch round towards 14th Avenue, very slow going that way. The N3 between Buccleuch and Germiston jam-packed. There were multiple breakdowns on that route this afternoon, most of them being cleared, but it's very slow. And the N1 South coming out of Pretoria, there's a collision scene just by Brockfontein interchange. So from John Foster Drive, that M1 South all backed up. Esky and Patelli heading out of Pretoria very slow today. Queues from Marubberstad all the way through towards the Putco depot. And if you're on your way out towards Emelathleni, a truck has overturned and lost its load on the N12 eastbound around Oki. So just watch for some delays there. Durban, N3 between Sherwood and Pavilion Mall. That's quite heavy as you head out to Pinetown. There's some more queues on the N3 moving through Paradise Valley in towards the Pinetown area as well. A lot of truck congestion around the Rossborough area just to be aware of. Pietermaritzburg to Ashburton, the N3 remains jammed out as far as that Ashburton exit. And Cape Town today, still plenty of traffic coming out of town on the N1. It's heavy to Kuburg interchange. And then from sort of Parow area, it's tight all the way through to Okavango Road. And the South Peninsula reasonably busy with traffic queuing up between Fishhook and Cork Bay. That's on the main road. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tumi Nkgapele.
Tumi, you got a Banyana story.
Yes, Banyana captain Refila Jane says that their first international friendly against Algeria on tomorrow will provide a valuable opportunity for the team to improve tactically while also strengthening cohesion within the squad. The South African senior women's team is set to face Algeria in two friendlies on the 14th and 17th of April in Durban as part of preparations for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations.
Well, It's going to be very important for us to prepare very well, work on what we've been lacking technically and tactically as a team. There's a lot of things to work on. We still have to improve. We still need to get the cohesion amongst our players. And we're hoping by the time we get to AFCON, everything will be okay.
Meanwhile, Sekhukhune United have sacked head coach Eric Tinkler after just over a year with the club. According to SABC Sport, Paulos Masehe is expected to take charge for the remainder of the season. The decision comes despite a 1-0 win over Magezi this past weekend following a run of inconsistent results in the league. Tinkler, who joined the club in March last year, guided the team to a fourth place finish but was unable to deliver silverware this season, with Sekhukhune falling short in competitions such as the Nedbank Cup. Meanwhile, in athletics, Akani Simbini is adding serious financial backing to the Simbini Classics with a prize pool set to 10 herds. This event is a part of the Continental Tour Challenger Series and offers a total prize pool of 1.4 million rand. Winners of each of the 12 events will receive 50,000 rands, and unusually for events in Africa, prize money will also be given to athletes who finish up to 6th place, and para-athletes are also included as well, showing a strong focus on inclusivity. Now, Simbini says that the goal is to reduce financial pressure on athletes, attract international competitors, and highlight South African talent. Now, the ticket prices range from 60 rand to 250, and there are plans to take the Simbini Classics, a regular event, on to the International Athletics calendar. Meanwhile, in terms of swimming South Africa high performance manager Dean Price has predicted a thrilling week of racing at the SA Senior National Swimming Championships in Gqeberha, with the Commonwealth Games and Pan-Pacific Games selection on the line. Price says that this year's nationals will see a rare 100% turnout of the country's elite swimmers. Price added that the Pan-Pacific Games will serve as vital preparation for the 2028 Olympics in LA, helping swimmers acclimatize to conditions in the United States. The nationals run from the 14th to the 18th of April. In cricket, South Africa's women's national cricket team selectors have included uncapped Titans wicketkeeper batter Tebogo Macheke in the squad for the upcoming 5-match T20 series against India's women's national cricket team. Macheke replaces Garabo Mesu, who has been ruled out with a wrist injury, in the only other change. Titans all-rounder Elise Marie Marks returns to the squad, taking the place of Sima Bata Class. On that note, it is a wrap from my side.
By the way, just to end, we did speak about Carol Stein the other day, and I said, she could even walk to, I don't mean win the Two Oceans, she could actually walk to Cape Town to get there and then win the race. She's that good.
She is, absolutely. A 7th title at the Two Oceans Marathon. We should say congratulations to her. She deserves all the praise that she's getting right now. She puts in the hard work, actually.
What a champion. Over and over and over and over again.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all. under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, you know, Jimmy, there's a story about the old SAA payoff line where no one's a stranger. Have I got that right? Well, you know, what happens now when the CEO calls today? Big questions are being asked about who's a stranger and who's not, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. When the CEO, the Chief Financial Officer, potentially the head of HR and 3 non-executive members all leave, then possibly everyone becomes a stranger, and that's what we're going to take a look at. We're going to take a look at what happens to SAA now following the resignations we have seen of late, whether or not this brings into question the sustainability and viability of the state-owned airline, and what it is that we can do about it, because at the end of the day, even though the South African government is the main shareholder and only shareholder in SAA, it means that ultimately you and I as South Africans are the vested shareholders there, or the beneficiaries thereof, and we are, of course, the taxpayers that use SAA when we travel. So we're going to take a look at that with aviation specialist Dr. Guy Leach. I want to get his thoughts around whether or not SAA remains viable and what we make of these mass resignations. They are certainly cause for concern if you think about the ongoing governance and continuity this then creates from an operating standpoint. We're going to also take a look at the latest from the team at Rand Merchant Bank around a water bond launching in Cape Town, looking at potentially financing sustainable water solutions following Cape Town's scare with Day Zero. We're going to take a look at that and see what implications such a bond could have on financing in general beyond just one province and one city's water challenges. We know South Africa as a whole has a myriad of water challenges. We're going to take a look at what this type of financial instrument could potentially mean for investing into solving these problems. Then we have a conversation taking a look at the increase in, or the impact rather, on the ports side of things where it relates to Transnet Port and their bid to potentially expand the Durban port. We're going to see if we can make sense of what it is they're looking to do there and how this could potentially impact South Africa as they seek out more capacity. We also have a personal finance conversation taking a look at how parents can navigate the cost of school fees. We know that that is not something that ever goes away, at least until the children have finished school, and it seems to get more and more expensive depending on what it is that you're looking to do, whether we're looking at private schools, public schools, everything in between. We're going to take a look at this from a financial planning perspective and see if we can find some key insights that might be able to help out with that. Before we get to those conversations, though, a sense of the market movements throughout the day. It has been modest start to the week. I don't think it's been too crazy considering what we have seen of late. Brent crude back at $100 a barrel. Not much surprise there following the developments out of Washington over the weekend, and I suppose we're going to see a reaction out of the Middle East around these developments if we haven't already started to see those rumblings. So Brent crude back above $100 a barrel, not good for us from a fuel importing perspective, but the reality we are confronted with. The platinum price still above $2,000 a fine ounce, palladium above $1,500, gold price $4,700 odd a fine ounce. The local markets, equities-wise, had a red day. The only equity or sector in the equities markets that finished in the green was the resource sector, but only marginally, up about 5 basis points. The financial stocks were down 0.9%. Industrials were down 0.75%. The all-share down 0.45%. The top 40 down 0.47%. The rand weakening about 0.5% against the US dollar, back at 16.51. Back above 22 rand against the British pound, at 19.33 against the euro, and $1 Australian at about 11 rand and 66 cents. One Bitcoin still around the $71,000 mark, around 71,700, but with that weaker rand pushes it north of 1.2 million rand for that. The equities internationally, they didn't fare much better. Only equity markets in the green at the moment are the US markets. The Nasdaq is up about 0.33%, with the S&P up about 0.1%, but every other market finishing the day in the red. Biggest loser in Asian markets would have been the Hang Seng in Hong Kong, down almost 1%. The Nikkei was close behind, 0.75% to the red. I'm going to be taking a look at some of these market movements a little later on because I'm trying to understand where that puts us for the remainder of the month of April, effectively the start to the second quarter. We know that this volatility has been ongoing since the start of the year, and I can imagine market participants might be a bit tired of it, but it seems to still affect the decisions that we make, and more importantly, might affect the investment decisions that people make from a long-term basis. But those conversations after the 6 p.m. news as always. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, Jimmy, have a great show coming up shortly. Just about 15 minutes or so to go.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, we're going to chat. We're going to take your calls. We're going to get your WhatsApp comments on a range of issues, and we'll find out about the AI challenge for unions. What would that be? So there's an interesting piece that we picked up in the Sunday Times over the weekend, and it's headed, "Unions have no time to lose in seeking AI guarantees." So with me is someone I've chatted to often before, but Pakamela Tlubi Majola, from a union perspective, but now what CEO of the Blackstack Creative, and creative spelled with a K, just making that point. Appreciate your time and thanks for joining us.
Good evening, and good evening to your listeners. Thank you so much for having me on the show, Ashraf.
Thank you so much. Right now, we do know, I don't think anybody's debating the importance of AI and how it's changing people's lives and how it's making things easier or maybe even more complicated, depending on who you are. But your specific thrust is around the role of the unions and how they should respond to the growth of AI. Tell me what it is.
Yes, absolutely. The unions, in my view, are actually well placed to play a meaningful role in participating actively in setting policy agenda when it comes to the implementation of AI in the workplace. In fact, it's important. It's so important that we're having this conversation right now because as of the 10th of April, the Ministry of Communications has actually released already for public commentary. It has released the National Artificial Intelligence draft policy documents and has given the public 60 days within which to comment. So this is precisely the right time for us to be having this conversation where where us as unions can actually position themselves in a meaningful way when it comes to ensuring that there are ethical safeguards and that unions are actually driving and in the driver's seat when it comes to how it's rolled out in sectors. Because if we fail at this, then the predictions that have been made regarding some of the massive job displacements, which have actually been predicted by the World Economic Forum, where it states that 92 million roles will be replaced by AI, while 170 million new jobs will be created globally. But they're saying that training is in place. South Africa may find itself as one of those countries where those jobs are lost, workers are not retrained, and the triple crisis of poverty, unemployment, and inequality is then made far, far worse. And I think we can all agree that this is not something that we can afford, we can allow to happen in our country.
So when you then say, and I understand what you're saying about unions having this key role to play, is it a wish list that they have a key role to play, or in fact they have a key role to play and they will play a key role? Because I think the question is, do they actually have a seat at the table, considering your point that if they don't get the act together, then any shedding of jobs will impact on sizes of unions, won't they?
So for me, the main thrust of my article is to say that it's time for trade unions to put this as number one on their agenda. This is something that they need to drive in every single union, starting from the most basic level all the way up throughout the structures of the organization. Unions need to be talking about artificial intelligence. They need to be incorporating those conversations in spaces where they are organized, whether it's at company level, even within centralized bargaining. Because the fact that South Africa has got this battery of legislation that exists to protect workers. The fact that in South Africa we've got very strong institutions when it comes to centralized bargaining. We can use all of those structures in order to drive the conversation around this. Already in South Africa, for example, industries such as mining, finance, retail and healthcare, and even agriculture are already starting to embed AI into their operations. Now, if we allow business owners or capital to drive that process without unions dictating and setting the standards for how this is going to be rolled out, then unfortunately we are positioning ourselves and workers in particular to be the biggest losers when it comes to this process. And in fact, in response to your question in terms of whether unions are in the driver's seat, right now unions have the opportunity to be in the driver's seat because already the deputy president has already said that he actually challenged unions to say draft a digital charter which is going to define what AI should look like and how it should be adopted in the workplace. And what I'm saying in my piece is that workers should take advantage of that opportunity, and particularly now that there's a policy document that has been released for commentary to actually then start to set the tone and the standards of how this is going to be implemented in South Africa based on, looking at lessons from elsewhere in the world.
But I mean, the way I see it in terms of your piece, and I hear it, is it more of a wish list according to the way you see it as someone who understands the media and who knows how unions work on the one hand, versus the reality, which is your wish list is great, but you just don't see them joining that race urgently? Which one is it?
So for me, I don't see an urgency, to be frank. I don't see an urgency, and I'm speaking generally and overall. There is, and obviously, one union stands out obviously because I'm associated with that union, and that's the Motor Industry Staff Association, which has been quick to release communication around this to say that they are going to be very involved in policy formulation. But to be honest, I'm not join. And I feel for me that is something that I'm concerned about as somebody who's worked for many years with organized labor. And why I'm raising the alarm around this is because we actually have experience already in South Africa of a transition that did not work well for workers. If you look at the decommissioning of Komati Port, the coal-fired power station in Mpumalanga, that already showed us an example of when the just energy transition was being rolled out in South Africa. The decommissioning of Komati Port officially stands as a terrible example of the just energy transition, where a transition was poorly managed, promises were made about massive job creation, promises were made about reskilling of workers, promises were made about opportunities, economic opportunities for communities and small businesses. But instead, what happened in Komati Port is that shortly after it was shut down, it led to massive job losses, not just in the power plant itself, the coal-fired power plant. Okay, Eskom did move many of those workers to other coal-fired power stations, but in the areas immediately surrounding Komati Port, there was massive job losses, company closures, there was community decline. In fact, if you go there now, the community is worse off today. And this shows you that if you don't manage these transitions, workers at the end of the day can suffer. And my worry is that instead of negotiating conditions, unions will be negotiating retrenchments.
Well, I tell you what, our time is up, and let's hope from a union point of view, their time is not up as well. They need to race with absolute speed as per your conversation. Appreciate your time, Pakamile Klubi Majola. Lots to consider, the role of the unions with regard to AI guarantees. What do you think about that? This is the National Pulse.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
I always look out for reaction because you have your fingers on the pulse. I know that. So here's reaction.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, I hear what Ruby is saying to say unions must take a driver's seat in this discussion or issue of AI. The problem is that the unions are sitting and sitters are messing up, and all the contributions that we do as employees is gone to wasted when it comes to skills development funds. But when you look at the employees, they are not trained and they are not doing anything with institutions that are not helping their employees to access the SETA funds that are available for training and retraining. So unions are to blame on this part. Z from Lufontaine.
Unions are to blame. What about Elon Musk?
Hi, Ashraf. Elon Musk is just like the rest of some of these white people from here. They believe that they have a God-given right to say whatever and it should be right, which is utter nonsense. So whatever he says, he believes, just like the rest of the white people.
Yeah, but now you're confusing me. You're first saying the rest of some of the white people, then you end by saying the rest of the white people. And I don't like to deal in absolutes. Elon Musk is Elon Musk. There are many people who are white who disagree with the BE. By the way, there are many black South Africans, even from within the ANC, who've said the BE doesn't work, needs reform. Not the broad principle of restoration and reformation, but just the implementation has just not worked. However, I think he is engaging in what I would call, and I'm going to use the word X-rated because I'm going to pick up on his words, X, right? X-rated bullying, cyberbullying. He's doing that.
Good evening, good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, it is so sad what is happening at Lily Mine. And I blame one man, Jacob Zuma. He was the president. He never tried anything to recover those 3 people. And they are still trapped down there. Instead, he spent millions calling it an investigation. Him and that guy called Kwedemantashe. Thank you very much, Simon here in Cape Town.
Okay, blaming someone. We don't talk about him too much nowadays, do we? Should we blame him?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. We must congratulate the DA for a well-organized conference. However, there is one setback for DA which makes the DA not to win rural provinces. Its members on the farms deny black community on the farms access to basic facilities. Their rights are being violated. DA must correct the behavior of its members on the farms. I'm Bafana Kumalo in Memel.
Thanks for that, Bafana. I'll tell you what, if you were the ANC right now, what would you be talking about over supper, like coffee tonight, after the DA conference? If you were the MK party, what would you be saying? If you were the EFF, what would you be saying? And in fact, if you were all the other parties, many of the smaller parties, what sort of conversations would you be having? Strategic conversations over supper tonight.
Ashraf, hi, this is Sepiso. I don't mean to be insensitive, but judging from all the tactics and his legal counsel, they were trying to pull up, they were trying to avoid him to appear in Matlanga Commission. And then now, within a week of having to appear again at Matlanga Commission, there's heart attack. I guess it's hard to believe, Ashraf, I'm sorry. It's really, really hard to believe. And just a quick comment about the buses, the 3 buses that were intercepted. It means the borders of the original countries are compromised, or there is some sort of, I don't know, propaganda, something that is happening. It just doesn't make sense. How did they leave their country only to be intercepted in South Africa?
Well, I think the buses part, you're right. In fact, you may be right on both, that we don't know. I mean, we know that at the moment he's been admitted to a hospital, Suleiman Karim. But I must say, yes, going back to the past, there was certainly many attempts to stall processes, but they know they can't stall it forever. So why would they? Like, what would they want to achieve by doing that?
As of knowledge, I'm from Zimbabwe. Now, this Madlanga Commission is really about the ANC, the criminal activity in the ANC, and this Matlala is basically an ANC front. He gives them money for this January, whatever you call it. So this ANC is a criminal organization. Black people who wake up.
But where do you get that? I mean, Madlanga is an ANC front, and the ANC is a criminal organization. The problem I have with that, and I've said so often with many others too, you can't blame it a complete party. You can say many within the ANC. You can say that. The ANC themselves are investigating them. You can't say the ANC without verifying it. And you can't verify it now. Convict them, then we'll talk.
Hi, Ashraf. DA Solidarity, they are the same. They will always look after the interest of the whites. For example, if at work they can say all the black workers and the white workers must get the same salary, Solidarity will fight for that thing till the end. So the DA, there is nothing they can say to convince me that they can represent me as a black person. This is Jacob in Mokopane, Tango.
Listen, many people are critical of the DA. In fact, the others have said, and I've seen some interesting names to say at this point in time, they are the most representative of the different racial groups. I'm not saying it's true. I've heard that based upon what's been elected. Here's a quick last one I can.
Hi, good day, Ashraf, and good day to the listeners. As a colored from Cape Town, I don't recognize myself within the DA, for they are too left-leaning extremists like most countries in Europe now, and they are very woke as well. And they are, especially this Jordan Lewis guy, he's very socialistic. That's taking them nowhere, and it will take South Africa nowhere. I think the DA are not trying to challenge for majority. I think they are happy to play a role in the GNU. The DA has fallen. Anonymous from Cape Town.
The DA has fallen? But you've said so many different things about them being woke and then left-wing and then socialistic and man. All right, just as well, it's the end of the show, so we can all reflect on it over supper tonight. But make an appointment tomorrow. The Madlanga Commission is back as well, we know that. 3 to 6 with the National Pulse. You have played a role in ensuring that we all collectively have our fingers on the pulse of the nation. For that, I thank you. Here's the news at 6. Here's Greg House.
Thank you again, Ashraf. Testimony in 2021 Unrest case and company involved in building collapse owes millions.